Hello, everybody. Sorry for the delay. My alarm for my nap didn't go off, so we're a little bit late today. I almost had everything prepared for the last session of 2024. Turns out I didn't. I apologize humbly for that. But here we are now for your regularly scheduled program. And today, if I double check the lovely little list, if I can pull up the chart I have going, it is session 41. So that means it is. You guys are in luck. I was incorrect when I spoke with Jackson earlier. It is Owen's week to give the session recap. The final session recap of 2024. And unfortunately, the chances of James joining us are very slim because he was on a plane flying very far away for the holiday season. So, Owen, unless somebody else would like to steal this from you, you may go ahead and give the session recap.
Anybody willing?
You got it, brother.
All you.
Alrighty. So, speaking of James, we opened up with him. Bo woke up after his long-ass multi-day nap that he likes to do every now and then to Oryx, working out, getting his getting ready for his tournament that's going to be happening soon. And he comes on down, sees everybody is running jobs, and decides to join as well. So we all set on off, go do our things. Dwell, Marl, and Ariax, and by extension Zadriel, go to search for books for the Church of Zevestis. And then after that, Marl was going to go build some roofs. Sagoon and Lorelei go to deliver a cake for Captain Sprinkles, and Bo goes to do some potions delivery. But before that, Ariax has to placate Zadriel to start making up for using him as bait for a shark. But you know. So we started off with Lorelei and Sagoon getting over to the bakery to start delivering the wedding cake. It's a wedding cake, yes. 8-layer wedding cake. Sprinkles is going to be pushing the cart, while those two will be taking care to make sure nothing ruins it. And apparently, it's a much more rigorous job than any of them thought, delivering a cake. Because as soon as they step out of the door, as soon as they walk outside of the bakery, Lorelei has to save it from getting hit by a horse cart. But we make our way over to the church with Ariax, Dwell, and Marl. And they are shown to go speak to the lore master Averick. He tells us there are 3 books missing. One of them is necessary to be found within the next 4 hours. The 3 books missing are the Blessings Rite, the Marriage Rite, and the Barrier Rite. The Marriage Rite is the one they need. It's completely necessary for the wedding that will be happening later. So we all split up to go look around the various places within the church. Dwell goes through the general dormitories where people are living and finds the Blessings Rite book in an unoccupied room. There's some dusty footprints leading to and from the window, but it's locked from the inside. Ooh, how interesting. Marl finds his way into Mother Athena Deltar's place. He talks a janitor into letting him in, basically. The janitor's name was Kobe. And he finds the Barrier Rite book hidden behind one of the curtains sitting on the windowsill in here. Interesting. Ariax takes the perimeter outside and finds some muddy footprints leading up one of the outer walls into the second-story window of the library. And when he goes up to check it out, he ends up finding a mimic hiding as a suit of armor. And this is right around when Marl and Dwell re-enter as well, as Ariax wraps his chain around the mimic, and we rip it to shreds very fast, very easily, and find the Marriage Rite book. So we give all 3 books back, quest complete, we now have the Blessing of Zevestis. Lorelei and Sagoon are just making their way to the church now, because this is where that wedding cake is going to go, because, you know, there's a wedding happening here. We just got the marriage rites, now they've got the cake. Very fun, very good. and they need to literally carry this huge ass cake in the cart up the stairs, and they're able to do it with, little to no struggle. But the church search group almost knock it over, but they're able to save it. Cut over to Bo interacting with a potion salesman, delivery man, whatever, around town, where he and this guy are being followed. There's about 3 or 4 of them, and one of them tries to throw a dagger at, I believe his name was Mole, who that was the delivery guy. And when Bo pulls him back, Hanabi gives him a vision, a gun-induced drug trip, we call it, where he sees like a nice ragged, beaten up mole coming to the penalty box and handing Bo a green potion, saying he didn't know who else to trust it with. And then he gets shunted back out of the vision, and Bo immediately turns around and shoots this guy, knocking him into a cabbage cart. 2 of the others that were following now attack Bo in response. He deals with them, and then with this last one, this last one of the 4, Hanabi shakes and rattles and awakes. Now it's like it's red and iron color, like red, black, brown, whatever, and has a bayonet on it. Hanabi is now properly a vestige in its dormant state. The others hear this, they hear the gunshots, they hear Bo or whatever, they run off, check it out, see it's awakened, some interactions. Marl goes to help build and repair a roof, but he doesn't think he thought he could do it. He can't. He has to be shown. And now he's got some woodworking tool skills. He's working towards that. Lorelei and Ariax head off to go search for some herbs. Lorelei makes it into a little challenge for Ariax so he can recognize plants and help him with his nature stuff. All the while, she is off searching for hearth bulbs to be able to make healing potions. And once they find everything, they take it back. Now we've got access to some secret teas. They are specifically kept behind the 3rd shelf in the back corner under a trapdoor. But forget about that. That's not where they are. Don't worry. They buy some teas and leave. Dwell, Sagoon, and Bo are back at the penalty box, where Dwell begins to practice shooting her gun in the backyard, and everybody just, chills out, gets some time to keep doing their various trainings, projects, yada, yada, yada. And we finish it off with the day of Oryx's boxing tournament. We're all standing in his corner as his coaches, quote unquote, because he needs 6 total coaches. Okay, sure. Round 1, Oryx gets easily. Round 2, Oryx gets after using Borix and his Ring of Swap. Round 3, Oryx shows he doesn't have a glass jaw, takes him down, uses some good conditioning. Round 4 is when we get out the signs that Lorelei made, because it's the semifinals. This enemy his name is Rowan Gastrana. He was the Platinum Body King, the champion of last year, and the year before that, and before that, last 3 years really. But in spite of the Platinum Body King showing off the bulwark, I think it's called the bulwark path of weapon aura, Oryx still gets it. And we ended it off opening up for the finals of this tournament. Oryx is up against a white dragonborn, Meridoc Zorturium?
Yes.
Zorturium? Okay. His title, The Star's Wrath. And that's where we went.
Alrighty, go ahead and take your D6 of inspiration for a job well done. Now then, before we jump right back into it, reminder for everybody that this is the last session of 2024. The next time you will see us all will be January 10th, God willing. Something might happen before that, and I will try to keep people posted because I've been horrible about doing that in the past. But regardless, we're gonna go ahead and get right back into the meat and potatoes. I can find the map. Draw more. Boxing arena. Okay, so
Let's go.
music
Shoot
and
fireball. What is this?
what?
Look, why did Sagoon throw a fireball? When did this happen?
I think it was an accident.
Sagoon was actually trying to kill me. You missed the bit about me and Sagoon killing each other.
Oh, no, I was just testing some, what is it? I don't know.
Rolls.
The dice rolling.
Alrighty, so Oryx, please really quickly roll for initiative for this round. Let me pull up the actual initiative order so you can do that. Boom.
Yes, sir.
Yes, go ahead and lock in.
Oh, I'm locked in.
Oh, let's go. 21. Good job.
I'm locked in.
Let's see what Mr. Murdoch rolls. Let me just double check his modifier. Alright, here we go. D20, please.
Is it Zorturium or Zorturium?
Zorturium.
Okay.
So it looks like in this fight, you'll get to go first. And as a reminder, in this particular instance, we have the moment of where, well, we're running this a little differently than last round. At the current moment in time, I'm running this like an actual boxing match where every 2 rounds of combat, Oryx is going to get a quote-unquote break, where he gets to roll a number of dice equal to 2 of his hit dice and regain that much health and regain a number of, let me double check how many of these he gets back, because I said he would. Yes, you can recover 1d2 plus 1 moxie points per round. Per, like, quote-unquote, in between rounds.
All right.
So,
Cool.
you're guaranteed 2 moxie points, at least, for the time being.
Nice.
Now then, so, Murdoch kind of gets up, and he, like, kind of stretches. You can kind of move yourself, like, 2 squares forward, or diagonally forward, or wherever, so you guys aren't on your stools. He just kind of steps up, and he's just, like, ready. He's just kind of, like, he's standing there, and it looks like he's kind of, like, flexing every muscle in his body at once as he, like, his eye twitches a little bit looking at you. But you have the first move.
All right. He will look over across to his opponent. It's good to meet you. Let's have a good fight.
Just kind of narrows his eyes at you. And he just kind of, he growls at you.
All right. I like it. I'm gonna open up with a bonus action to use dig deep.
Okay.
I am now resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage for a minute.
Excellent. I will keep track of that.
Cool. Then, I'm gonna move. Let me think this out. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay. I'm actually going to stay exactly where I am and give the old boxer's taunt.
You kind
That'll be my
of,
turn.
you look at him, and as you do that, his eyes start to grow bloodshot with frustration or fury or just genuine, like, perturbedness. You can't tell. But is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of my turn.
Okay. He is going to start moving 5, 10, 15, 25, 30. Let's check if you're in range of a certain ability. Evidently, actually write this down. Just assumed he had it, and I never thought I'd use it. Okay. Oh. Oh, that is a thing he can do. He is going to start charging his breath weapon.
Okay.
And however, he doesn't fire it immediately as he kind of just like looks at you, his like mouth open, and you just see this ball of cold energy building up as he's going to hold it and continue charging it up for the moment. And that is your turn. It has now been one round of combat for Dig Deep.
Interesting. Okay. Well, let's get right into it. I'm going to move up 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 right here. And we are going to we're going to go all out off the bat. We're going to use 2 moxie points to do 1, 2, 3 floor.
Okay.
So, I will be making 5 attacks on my turn.
Go right ahead. Roll to hit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He is going to spend a reaction to put up his defenses, so that way the 21 misses, and obviously the 16 misses, or not obviously, but the 16 and 21 will miss. The first 3 attacks will hit. As when you approach him, he like kind of stands there and takes the first 3 shots, but then he like you like whiff the second as he like raises his arms to block the 5th.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, gotta do some math here. Yes.
Love it when my attacks are in a row and my counter doesn't have to go back down.
Okay. You slam all 3 attacks into him, and most of your like hits like are clean, but you notice that like the fire from the enhanced kinetic wraps isn't like causing any burn marks to hit him. There's definitely like some lasting like heat that's hitting him, but it's not like doing as much damage as it should.
Okay. Interesting.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, use help this for 1 round. You're right there. Go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw.
Cool.
That is going to fail, as he unleashes an extremely large cone of ice. And Ariax, you sitting in the stand, like, kind of look at that as somebody who can also do this. It's normally not that big when one of your kind uses a breath weapon, and normally it doesn't leave this lasting effect, as I'm now going to draw a certain, like, line on the map to represent that this area within this blue line that I'm drawing is now covered in a thick sheet of ice and is difficult terrain. And
Good lord.
and at the same time, you, sir, are taking a total of 20 cold damage and are pushed back 5, 10, 20 feet. As the ground beneath you just you're now like sort of covered in like the ice that he hits you with, and like the ground beneath you is all slick and it's hard to regain your footing. And he's just going to like, you kind of hear this, it sounds like a guttural demonic chuckle coming from him, but he's clearly amused at what he's done.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
that is the end of his turn. As now the second round that has passed for Dig Deep.
Yes. Okay. I would so this is This is difficult terrain. Is that the only effect of it, or is it like if I slip, I fall, or something like that?
It is just difficult terrain.
Okay. So we go 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Okay, I can't make it. I would like to unhook Borks from my waist, and I would
Okay.
like to throw him.
Alrighty. So where would you like to throw him?
I would like to throw him. So it's an amount equal to. I'm trying to remember. It would say. We did this last time.
For I think I said your strength modifier times 5.
Okay.
I think I said that.
Okay. 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 That is pretty good. I'm going to throw it. I can throw it right. I'll just throw it right here.
Okay.
Throw it right behind him.
Yep. You throw it, and he just like he kind of like narrows his eyes and just kind of like tilts his head to the side as Oryx sails past him, and you can kind of see that Oryx does like the spitting emoji as like he flies by him and hits the ground.
And once he lands, I'm going to snap, and I'm going to switch places with Oryx.
You, in an instant, have swapped places. You are now standing right behind Murdoch.
Alrighty, let me draw. It was right here. There we go. Oryx is right there. Alright, cool. That was my bonus action, so I'm going to attack him twice with my action.
Okay, go ahead and roll that.
Bang. Bop. Oy.
So, go ahead and roll off the fumble table, and the 15 will also miss. Luckily, you're an unarmed fighter, and that there's nobody else for you to hit.
Oh, darn, dude.
Yeah, and there's nobody else for you to hit but him, so you just kind of completely whiff him. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see here. No, let's do this. He's gonna like turn to face you after like, for some reason it's like you were disoriented from the swamp. You might just be a little tired. You don't know. But then he's like, you whiff him, and then he turns around to face you. He glares down at you, and he's like, the area around him starts to become transparent as he seems to camouflage himself. He is now completely like impossible to see by the naked eye, and he just kind of like dips. Go ahead and roll me perception to see if you can locate him.
Oh, God. 23.
Pretty good. Yeah, you are like looking around frantically, and you notice that there's one thing about him that doesn't like completely change and go invisible. It's his blue eyes. So you just kind of like all of a sudden like turn to your left, and he's just like right there, and you can tell by like the position of his eyes that he's swinging for you right now. So he does not get this attack with advantage, or these attacks with advantage. So he's gonna do 3 attacks against you. First one is punch, punch, punch. Yeah, okay. Oh boy. Hurt. 14, 25, and 17.
The last 2 will hit.
Okay. So, like, you managed to dodge out of the way the first punch, but then the second 2 just come out of nowhere, almost literally. As you are going to be taking... And I'll already have the bludgeoning damage for you.
Thank you.
You're going to be taking a total of 12 bludgeoning and 6 cold as his fist crashes into you twice.
18.
And as you take those hits, he becomes fully visible again. And he just keeps glaring at you. He hasn't said a word this time. However, at that point in time, you hear the bell ring as you and him are called back to your corners. And he looks like he's about to keep swinging, but he kind of like twitches a little bit, and again his eye twitches, and he just takes a more relaxed-ish stance and walks back to his corner and slumps down in his chair.
Okay. What about the ice?
The ice remains, but it's cleared off your chair.
Okay. Can I grab Oryx on the way?
Yes, you may.
Awesome. Yoink. I will go back down to my seat.
And go ahead and roll me a number of dice equal to 2 of your hit dice for healing.
Okay. I think that I can find those here. Hit dice. Yes. Okay. 2 of them, you said?
Yep, 2 of them.
Do I add my my Constitution modifier?
No, you do not.
Okay. Yoink.
Alright, go ahead and recover 9 HP.
Sweet.
And if you have any missing, go ahead and roll me a D2 plus 1 to recover Moxie points.
I'm only missing 2, so I'm just gonna add them back.
Yep, go ahead. Is there anything that any of you would like to say to Oryx as he's taking this break in his corner?
Okay. So you're doing so good. You just have to keep hitting him really hard.
Magnificent advice. Thank you, Lorelei.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just suggestion. It's harder to actually put it in practice. Hit him in the throat.
What do you mean?
Well, a lot of the stuff as a Dragonborn for that breath stuff, it requires a lot. Chest, throat's kind of the main thing because that's what it travels through. So try, focusing on that. Make sure might do something. Who knows?
It's a good
All
idea,
right.
especially if you can wind him.
Okay, I like it. What about his invisibility?
That one is
He's in
Marking
dirt
it
on the
something.
floor. Yeah.
Yeah,
mean-
not a bad idea.
Do what?
Throw up dirt on him or something. Mark him.
Oh. Okay. I'll figure
Hmm,
something out.
If you can get the dirt wet, you might even be able to make it mud and make it stick better.
I mean, there's a way. Might seem as disrespectful, but
What?
if you get beat up enough, you have the blood all over you. Just I don't know, smother him with it.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I was gonna say you could spit, but that works better.
Yeah, but that's gross. Those are gross.
All right.
Not well for work.
Whatever works, just do it, and we're behind you. Kick his ass.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Mm-hmm.
guys. Appreciate it.
Alrighty, and with that, the bell rings once again, and in this particular case, I will let you have moved up a total of 20 feet forward, so that way you're not trying to throw it from the chair, and the 20 feet is unimpeded by the difficult terrain as they wait for you to get into position before the bell re-rings.
Oh, I can do it as normal. Like, if you want me to go however many feet that he can go, then I'll do that as well.
So, could you move to where he is without, any form of, difficulty?
Are you talking about normally? Or, what I'm saying is, if we were 2 squares ahead of the chair last time, I can do that again if you want.
At this particular time, you'd have to be 3 squares in front of the chair.
Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So, yeah, I can.
1 more square forward.
So that's 4 squares.
4 squares. That I was measuring the number between him and the chair.
Okay, well then no, I can't get that far.
They'll let that's what I was saying. They'll let you get that far. Yeah.
All right, cool.
They are not horribly cruel individuals. Download button on something. All right. Yeah. So the round begins again with you. You have 7 turns left of dig deep.
All right. I am going to once again take Oryx off my waist and I'll look at him. Sorry, I'm doing this a lot, but can't exactly get out of this situation without you.
He gives
And
you
he's
the middle
gonna-
finger.
I toss him, and I'm going to set him. We'll set him right in front of Murdoch.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to swap with him.
Alrighty, go ahead. As you do so, I'll mark where Oryx is going right now, so that way you don't have to. And Oryx is going to be right there.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep. So you're right in front of him. Bonus action wise, you have a clear shot at him.
Yep. As I TP, I already have a fist winded back, and I'm going to give him the old 1-2, not the feature, but you know, technicality wise, I want to punch him twice.
Understandable. A lot of people would.
Wham. Wow, that's a
19.
well. Wham.
The 19 hits, the 12 misses.
Alrighty. Gotta put that on and put that on, and I would like to use a ring of sunlight charge, please.
Go right ahead.
Wham.
That's 21 damage. As you hit him, double checking something. Your fist slams into him with the power of the sun and fire, and you notice that again the fire doesn't do as much as it should, but the power of the sun does nothing to him. So he is immune to radiant damage.
Oh lord. Okay.
So,
Ew.
yeah.
You're full of surprises, aren't you?
You're annoying.
And he speaks. Lovely.
Yeah, okay. He's going to take several swings at you. No fanciness about it.
Okay.
It's gonna be another 3 swings. 23, 18, and 12.
The first 2 are going to hit.
Okay. It's going to be. I'm already going to have the bludgeoning damage for you. Oh wow, I rolled extremely low. That's going to be 4 bludgeoning and 2 cold.
Nice.
It's like he just
For
he-
the 2?
for the whole thing. Yeah, I rolled really bad.
Damn. Let's go. It's nothing. Yeah, he takes out on the chin, he looks back, and here I thought you were shy, not saying anything.
Yeah, okay. Bonus action bite.
Ah, fuck.
That is going to be a 26 to hit.
Yeah, it's...
And you are going to be taking... Are you resistant to piercing?
I am. It's bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
Got it. Okay. It's going to be a total of... Already have 5 piercing. And at the current point in time, he's going to lock his jaw. And on your turn, you can spend a bonus action to try and break out of that. But he just kind of after you say that, as you're turning your head, you can see him already coming at you as his entire jaw latches onto your bicep and just starts sinking in. His teeth are sharp, and he apparently has a lot of them.
Okay. Gotcha. So it's my turn?
Yes, it is now your turn. You have 6 rounds left on the ring, or on Bloody, but dig deep.
Dig deep. All right. Okay. I am going to. Now that I'm locked in with him, basically, since he's not letting go, he's just giving me an opportunity to hit him right up close without him going invisible. So I'm actually going to take that, and I'm going to use 2 Moxie points to use. Oh, I didn't do it last time, but that's okay. I forgot about it. I'm going to use 1, 2, 3 floor.
Okay, go ahead and roll to hit.
But I almost forgot that that feature means that he also gets knocked prone on the 4th hit. So, whoops.
Happens.
But that's
to the
okay.
best of us.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Only the 26 is gonna hit.
Alrighty, I'm reading something real quick. Okay, well, he is not knocked prone because the 4th hit did not hit, but still doing damage.
Okay.
Wham. And I am also going to use my reaction to use bloodied but unbowed. So I'm gaining 9 temporary hit points. And all of my Moxie points are back.
Excellent. Okay. You go ahead and regain that.
Yep. And that's it.
And yeah, okay. So that is it already. He's going to. Sorry, I'm just updating a person's token right now, and it's hard on my tablet.
You're good.
Okay, so yeah, you just start wailing on him, and he takes like 3 hits like a champ, and one of them he just like hits to the shoulder, and you can definitely hear something crack when you hit him there. Probably bone, but you know he doesn't seem. He just seems to get angrier at it. Here, how does this little bite work? Yeah, he's going to use his bonus action to just automatically deal some bite damage to you. Because he is latched on. And already halved, that is going to be 4 piercing damage.
Thank you.
And then he's going to hit you twice, or 3 times.
Go for it, man.
It's going to be 13. Natural 20.
Yoinks.
And 19.
The second 2 are going to hit.
Okie dokie. So for the regular one. Oh, what's up?
I'm definitely going to be oh wait. Never mind. I can't. Nope, I can't do that. Never mind. Go
Use
ahead.
the reaction this round.
Yep.
Well, thank you for your honesty.
So a D2, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. I'll stick with
Thanks,
tradition.
man. Oh, I have those from earlier. I forgot.
It's going to be a total of, from the regular punch, it's 5 bludgeoning and 3 cold. And as for the
Yeah, just give me grand total, please.
grand total? Alright. So, and I already have everything for you, so... It's going to be a total of 27 damage altogether.
Oy, okay. Jesus.
Yep. As like his like first hit just like it like you managed to like guard it properly, and then the second hit just comes from his other arm, and it's on the side that like he's biting on, so you can't really properly block, and it's just like right to the side of the head, and everything just starts ringing. As that is the end of his turn. You have 5 turns left of Dig Deep.
What turn is it when I go back to the chair?
After this round.
Okay, because holy fuck, that knocked me down to 1 hit point. Okay. So
At this point in time, now that the turn has passed, you may make a strength saving throw as a bonus action to try and break out of his jaw grip.
Oh, you told me I could do that before, but I didn't do it. I don't think I'm still doing it.
Oh, okay. You know that he can do automatic damage to you, right?
I do know that. Okay, I can spend that, or I can just do that. Oh man, this is hard. Okay. All right, I got this.
Okay.
I would like to spend 2 Moxie points to use 1, 2, 3, 4 and attack 5 times.
Interesting. Okay. Go ahead and roll the hit.
1, 2, 3. Oh my god, 4, 5. Jesus.
One of those is
me.
gonna hit, and you're rolling me 2 fumble
Oh
tables.
my god. That wasn't a part of the plan. Damn. Oh, that sucks. That's not what I wanted at all. All right. Well, shit. Fuck me.
That doesn't do anything to you.
I know. Well, I am going to get. Damn, that. I think I just lost because of that, actually. Fuck. Okay, well, I deal damage to myself, and I'm gonna use my reaction to use, I have to find it, sorry. Relentless Endurance to drop to 1 hit point, but, but then that's my turn, so, I mean, I guess I gotta hit him still for the damage, but damn, that completely messed me up on my yeah, so I get dealt however much damage, but whatever, he takes that.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm back up to 1 hit point, but at what cost? Because I've already used my thing, so that's it.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm saying that's my turn.
Oh, I know. I'm thinking. Do I mess with
The
you?
double nat 1 is fucked up.
Do I mess-
I say it's a free country, man. You do what you want.
Oh, I know it's a free country, and I'm going to, like so many people before me, abuse the hell out of that fact. Yeah, okay.
Take your time, I'll be here.
Oh yeah, he's got you in a grip. I don't think you're going nowhere. You kind of see him. He just like after like those like really bad whiffs, he again does that like guttural, horrible sounding chuckle, and you definitely can feel it. He's about to sink his teeth in again, and those are going a little too deep for comfort. But then you see it again. His eye twitches, and he just kind of like freezes for a second. I need you to go ahead and roll me perception at advantage. This is something
At
horrible for you.
advantage. Okay.
13's good.
13.
13's good. Again, like there's ringing in your ears, the crowd's going like crazy, but in the back of your head, just echoing, and you can't tell from where, how, you hear a voice say, "Stop." And when you hear that, that's when he kind of like freezes up. As you're looking at him, and as you're both like stuck in this moment, he like he lets go of you, and he's going to use his action to disengage and back up. 15. And you just see him like standing there, like, and he's now like no longer angry or anything. He is like kind of shaking at the moment, and he's like muttering to himself, but you can't really hear what he's saying.
Fuck was that?
And that's the end of his turn because he used his action. So Grat, you get to go back to the bench.
Yeah, I mean he goes back, and he's super roughed up, and he just kind of flops in his chair.
Guys saying anything?
Well, I was really scared for you there for a minute.
What happened? He had you dead to rights.
Yeah, he did. Someone get the ref.
Hey, well, yeah, no, Dwell will go find the ref if you want.
Okay. You walk over, and the referee, none the wiser to what's going on, just kind of like looks over at you. Hey, what's going on? What do you need?
I forfeit.
What?
I said I forfeit. I'm calling it. I'm too beat up. I'm done.
All right, pal. You know, it's respectable for throwing in the towel. And he just like he holds up his hand, and like another official comes over and he lets it go, and they like talk it out. And again, you hear the announcer call out. And just like that, Oryx Non has forfeited the match. The victory goes to Murdoch Zorturium. And like the crowd seems a little shocked by this, but eventually like their energy comes back and they start cheering again for the victor. If you look over at Murdoch, he does not look excited or happy at all. He looks fucking terrified. Oryx, go ahead and roll me perception again if you're looking at him.
Sure.
16. You hear the voice again saying, and you can tell it's not talking to you. If you do that again, I'll kill you. And Murdoch just kind of like looks around, and he kind of looks into the direction of the crowd, and then he just gets up and leaves.
He sits there with like his eyes like widened as he's like white gripping his knuckles together. He's just kind of waiting for the event to fully end so he can leave, and he's being very nonverbal.
Yep. You are allowed to go, fortunately, without the victory. As your team like helps you get back out of the arena towards the penalty box. Is there anything anyone's saying to him?
You alright? Kind of unlike you to just give up like that.
It wasn't me.
Call it.
There was something else going on. Regardless of it, I should have lost right then and there.
Wait, was there like outside interference or something, or what?
Yeah. Something like that. Regardless, that was his match. I fumbled. I messed up and I lost. That opportunity wasn't for me. I'm not taking that as a win. But sorry I let you guys down.
You didn't let us down.
No,
And you
Oryx did
did what
great.
you thought was right.
Yeah, if anything, what
Yeah.
you did was honorable.
Yeah, well, sure it doesn't feel good right now, but I didn't want to win off of whatever the fuck that was.
Yeah. The way you make it sounds like nothing good was gonna happen. You kept fighting, so
You're probably right. Something else might have happened, and I don't know. Regardless, I'm not going to beat myself up about it. I lost, and I'll try harder next time.
You guys make your way back to the penalty box. Home, sweet home. Now then, at the current moment, tomorrow is the day when you guys are supposed to go substitute at the Hero's Might Combat Academy. So at the current moment, it's around, I'll say, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You guys are free to do anything you wish until tomorrow. Unless there are some of you that are not going over that, to that side quest.
Can all of us do that side quest, or does it only require a certain amount of people?
It's as many as are willing to help out.
Okay. Oh, that's...
If anyone wants to go on my spot, I'm going to back out for now.
You're backing out of this. This seems right up your alley.
I need to focus on other things at the moment. I
Like
trust you
what?
guys
This
to
is a
get it
good way
done.
to... I would assume this is a good way to figure out what you did and look at other forms and see such, or figure out how to work through something. That's what I'd be using it for.
This is for kids, Dwell. I'm not...
Yeah, I know.
This has nothing to do with learning new things. I'm just trying to figure out some things on my own at the moment.
Dwell, leave him alone.
What did I do?
You didn't do anything. I appreciate what you're saying. I no longer feel comfortable doing it.
Alright.
Plus, Ariax and Marl seemed like they were pretty eager to do it anyways, so... And if other people go too, then I'm sure you guys will do a good job. So, no need for a surplus of people going to do it anyways.
I definitely want to go. I had fun last time I got to substitute for kids. They're fun to look after.
Go for
I
it.
think you got a much better class than I did.
What do you mean?
I had a bunch of ratty little kids.
Mine were little angels. What did you do to yours?
It's more what they did to me.
I think you guys are forgetting we're going to be filling in for combat instructors. I don't think it's going to be little kids.
yeah,
Yeah.
we
but it's
don't
the
know if
kids.
they're. I mean, it could be kids, teenagers. I'm leaning more towards the maybe
Probably
teenager,
teenagers.
young adult.
I mean,
probably.
it's still like I'm still happy to supervise. You know what? If you guys are the
we
ones,
do.
you know,
we do
doing the
need-
combat, I could.
Yeah,
Yeah, first aid. I can be on site
Yeah.
first aid.
yeah. I was
I
about to
thought it
say.
was for kids, but whatever. The
I don't
point
know.
is, I don't think it's a good idea if I go anymore.
Are you sure? You seemed. I mean, push.
I
You're
do
still welcome to come.
I do want to go, but I need to rest off my injuries anyways. My shoulder's fucking killing me, and I just don't feel that good right now.
Okay. Do you need me to take a look at it?
I mean, the on-site doctors patched up as best they could, and they just said, go on, so I think I'm fine for now. I just need to rest it off.
Okay.
I mean,
If it feels dislocated, don't set it back yourself.
Right.
do I hear you making a sound, Oryx? I'll be honest. It might be a good idea to go to the Adventurers Guild to the doctor there, since he's kind of, all-knowing. Well, not all-knowing, but he seems pretty high up there with, like, just treatment and stuff. So if you want, you could maybe see him and see if there's anything else going on, just in case.
Are you assuming that something's wrong with me?
Not that, but maybe a second opinion. If you're saying your shoulder's still kind of messed up, I don't know. I'm just only you know how you feel. So
My shoulder, right? Yeah. I'm I'll go. Kind of just gets up and kind of just not hurries out, but walks out kind of fast.
All right. You're heading towards the guild hall?
Yeah.
Alrighty. The rest of you, is there anything you'd like to be doing for the remainder of today?
I'm gonna go spend time outside. I'm gonna go find a tree and just go hang out in the tree. I need to photosynthesize.
Marl is gonna get started on harvesting some of the obsidian fish scales and the crystal fish stuff.
Okay. I'll let you roll.
I'll
for that.
continue shooting.
So many of you. Lorelai, you're going outside the city for a tree? Oh, no, you're in the backyard, too.
I know, I'm in the backyard.
Backyard people.
I need to photosynthesize.
You're photosynthesizing while hearing the hacking of scales being removed and Dwell firing off her laser gun at some targets.
Yeah, it's awesome. This is the kind of noise that I could get used to. We didn't have this back in the Feywild.
For good reason, I think.
Yeah. It's like, I'm finally
favorite.
home. Pew pew. Oh.
Alright, Sagoon, Ariax, are you guys gonna do anything?
Can't really think of anything. Probably just try to my best to. I've already forgot. Did we? Am I able to still train on the nature, or is that already?
I will
done?
let you do one round of training on the nature.
Okay.
The current moment, though, Lorelai is photosynthesizing, so you're just gonna have to make
I have the.
Sorry.
I have
the
the
book.
dummy book.
You have the dummy book.
I have the dummy book. I'm gonna use that to help
So
out.
go ahead and roll me 2d8.
All right.
Let's go.
Oh! There we go. That's what I
We've
like to
reached
see.
level 5. You are now down to the D6 level.
I am now studying grass. That's what I'm studying now.
Congratulations. Now you're tied with Oryx for his acrobatics training. All right. So, Zagoon, are you up to anything?
I would like to go to the store if it is open.
Yeah, it's only 6 o'clock. So, what would you like to do? What would you like to purchase?
Could I get 10 boxes of Beholder Rose?
I'm sorry.
You know, Beholder Rose, the classic breakfast
You
breakfast
want
snack treat.
like crate boxes or just like the regular boxes?
How much are the crate boxes?
5 gold apiece.
I'll take 10 of those.
He's kind of like gonna look at you. You like holding a feast or something?
Kind of.
Well, okay. Money's money. That'll be 50 gold, sir. We'll have that, pulled out front for you.
Thank you. Can you also deliver it? I don't think I can carry that many boxes.
A delivery fee for that much is going to be an additional 10 gold.
Oh, okay, that's good.
And it'll be at this address we have for you in an hour.
And oh, can you have it delivered with a message, or is that not available with your
Uh,
service?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, okay. Well, dang. At least the post office, you can have a message with your deliveries.
Sir, this is a convenience store. You have literally bought our entire stockpile of Beholderos.
Get good. I don't know what to say.
I'm just a cat. I'm just, whatever, man. Screw you. Enjoy your cereal, man.
I will.
You head
Okay,
back
I'm gonna
home.
leave.
You head back home, and an hour does pass. Marl, go ahead and roll me 2d10 plus 5 for the obsidian scales, and then I'll tell you what to roll for the crystal fish in a second. You extract 13 obsidian fish scales.
Very well.
Go ahead and roll me the same number for the crystal fish.
Slash 2d10 plus 5.
You extract 9 crystal fish scales. The crystal fish is a little bit more difficult. You remember that requiring a little bit more finesse than you're used to. You're no professional when it comes to scaling this type of fish, but you manage it.
He's just gonna pack them away.
Okay. You guys don't need to go shopping for protein for a while, I guess. But regardless, we'll transition over to Oryx, heading towards the guild hall. Hey, buddy.
As he's on his way, he's just like, he's got his hands in his pockets, and he's mainly keeping his head down, as he's got a bit of sweat on his brow, like over top of like the bandages that are wrapped around his head and whatnot, and he's just kind of thinking to himself about how he raised his voice against Ariax and how he did it back in Lowless as well with other people, and he's definitely beating himself up about it and is contemplating continuously as to this whole situation that he has unfortunately found himself in.
Go ahead and roll me insight as you're kind of like contemplating the situation. 10. You can't wrap your head around it. You know that voice didn't come from you. You just heard it, and clearly Murdoch did as well. However, nobody else in the area, clearly none of your friends, nobody else heard of it except you two. That's bizarre.
I have a question. This is not really for Oryx, like figuring this out. This is for me. Is it similar to that of the gift that we were all given, that boon that allows us to speak psionically?
No.
Okay. It felt different.
It felt different. There's a sense of familiarity for you. However, when it comes to that gift activating, it's usually a conscious choice between multiple parties. Usually there's something preceding it that alerts you that somebody within that boon is trying to contact you. That didn't happen here, and it's never been so like quiet in the back of your head. Even when Dwell's extra guest upstairs speaks, it's loud and clear. So this is definitely something different.
Well, he's not thinking about that. he is after after being saddened about him being aggressive towards his friends, he then has this kind of panic as he's walking, having like these flashes in his mind that he keeps rotating around his brain of the scenes within the sewer system of Lolus, and then this happening, and he's thinking that he is changing, and obviously not for the better.
Okay. Eventually, you do make it to the guild hall, and you kind of wake up from like this. I don't want to call it daydream or like daze state, as like you just finally approach the front door of the guild hall.
He goes to open the door, and he like pulls his hand back and starts thinking like, well, if I tell him that I'm sick or something's wrong with me, what if they see what it is and then they kick me out? And he's grabbed onto the handle, but he just can't like push the door open. He's kind of just like locked for a second and doesn't really know what he should do.
You're standing there for a couple of moments, and then someone on the other side tries to open the door themselves.
Oh, he opens it so that they can, yeah.
And an older gentleman, probably around middle age, steps out. I will send his image in the chat. He's wearing a straw hat, a rice farmer hat. He's got a rounded shield strapped to his back, and a long curved blade strapped to his side. As this is the man you all see. And I will show our lovely audience.
Sorry about that. He like steps out of the way.
Oh, no trouble, young sir. He had quite a firm grip on the door. Everything all right?
Yeah, I was in a tournament, and some things are still painful, so I'm just here to get checked out.
Ah, yes. Seeing the doctor is always a good choice. Especially the doctor here. A very kind soul. He doesn't look it, but he does his job very well. One of the best doctors in all of Yovia, I'm told.
So I've heard. It's good for me, I guess.
Indeed. Well, I should be going. I've got a quest to get on. Where are my manners? Fellow member, Benny Maru. Nice to meet you. Holds out his hand.
Oryx non. He goes to hesitantly shake his hand.
He shakes your hand. He's got a firm grip to it. Ah, Oryx. Team Overtime, correct?
Yeah. You heard of us?
Oh, indeed. I was just speaking with, Kingston a few minutes ago. Spoke very highly of you all, especially after your, escapades in Lolus.
Huh. We haven't seen him in a while, so glad he's still got our names in mind, I suppose.
Yes, us A and S rank adventurers have been spread very thin as of late.
You're A rank, I'm assuming?
Indeed, I am.
Gotcha. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you. Sorry, I didn't mean to hold you from your quest.
Oh, no trouble. I'm not looking forward to the long airship travel to Nylilin, but it's to close a dungeon, so I might as well get started now.
On your own?
Ah, yes. It's only a minor rank dungeon. I wouldn't dare try and conquer an A or B rank above. dungeon on my own, and I don't qualify to close any of the S ranks that exist. God forbid that we see one. Idols forbid.
Right. Well, good luck with that. I suppose I'll be seeing you around.
Yeah. Sometimes we have to know our limits. It's okay to accept when we're weak. I certainly have learned that lesson many times as a swordsman.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right.
You've got a meeting with the doctor. I shouldn't hold you up. Be seeing you. Tips his hat and he keeps walking.
After he leaves, he then looks towards the door once more and
It's wide open.
inhales, exhales, and he'll head inside.
Inside is the same as it always is. It's been a while since you yourself have entered the building. Usually it's somebody else who just goes and picks up the quests from Orion, but again, everything seems relatively normal. You see Orion sitting behind the bar, and the familiar face of Kingston, well, familiar back of his head, as he's currently slamming his head into the bar, and you can just see like a long, slowly growing pile of martini glasses just piling up next to him.
Orion, Kingston.
Ah, Oryx, good to see you again. Oh, hey, how's it going?
Fine. I'm here to see the guild doctor.
Oh, I'll let him know you're here. You have an appointment, or is this a walk-in?
Walk in. Sorry.
Oh, good. Not a very busy day, anyways. He kind of like goes back towards the wall behind the bar and he like hits like a switch on it and a little green light lights up. Yeah, he's down the hall to the left. You'll see his office, can't miss it.
Gotcha. Thanks. He'll start walking down.
There's just more drunken blathering from Kingston and more sighs of discontent with Orion as you walk over. And as stated before, when I believe Dwell and Lorelei went to go visit this individual.
Yes.
No, you guys saw him
Sorry.
for a telemedicine visit.
Yes, we did. You're right.
So in this particular case, you see a very fine, clean, sterilized area of medical practice. You can see the various potions, various notes and herb stuff for medicine all along like the shelves and cabinets as you walk in, and you can see on the ceiling dozens of mechanical arms, all appearing to be for different purposes, from surgery to minor to checking your temperature to taking your blood, etc. And you can see the nearly 10-foot tall warforged Umek Takiri 19, the Titanium Doctor, sitting in like one of those tiny swivel chairs that doctors sit in. He kind of turns to face you. Ah, welcome. Oryx Non, correct? B rank Vindicator.
Yep, you got it.
Excellent. Please take a seat and explain to me the nature of your visit.
Sure. He goes and sits down. I was just in a tournament, and my shoulder got pretty messed up, and my friend suggested I'd come here to get it checked out.
Ah, I see. What was the nature of this injury? As he pulls out a notepad and starts writing stuff down.
Dragonborn bit the shit out of me.
Dragonborn bit the shit out of you. Interesting.
Yeah, sorry. The Dragonborn just latched onto me, and he didn't let go for a while and sank his teeth in far.
Understood. Please wait 1 second. Please present the injury as like a small little platform floats over for you to like rest the injured arm on so he can examine it?
He does so.
Umek kind of like looks it over. His golden eyes like glow and make a scanning motion as he like looks it over. Indeed. Interesting. You said this was a tournament-related injury.
Yeah.
Ah. You are very lucky this was not in the field.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
It is strange. It appeared that the individual in question was attempting to tear your arm off.
Oh. Lovely. That's great.
Yes, any deeper, and it would have caused permanent damage. You're lucky they stopped.
Yeah. Lucky.
And he'll like go over to his cabinet, pull out a few things. He pulls out some regular-looking cloth bandages and a giant jug of glowing red liquid. He puts the bandage roll in like a small container and just pours the jug into the container and lets the bandages soak in this liquid for a little bit. Indeed. Now then, is there any other injuries or issues you wish to discuss?
No. No, that's it.
Fascinating. Okay. May I take vitals to ensure that we understand the nature of potential blood loss?
Is it mandatory?
To ensure that the damage did not spread beyond the injury. Loss of blood is a serious issue.
I'm breathing, and I'm still moving around. I'm fine.
You would be surprised how many people have died minutes after saying those words. Would you like the statistic?
No, I would rather you not check my vitals.
Understood. I will not press. And he reaches into the container, pulls out the soaked bandages, kind of like slides over in his little chair, and he just starts wrapping your arm up.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be aggressive.
It is okay. You have not tried to bandage up several of the S rank and A rank adventurers in this group, even some E ranks.
Yeah.
Hostility is expected when one is in pain.
I guess so.
Now then, Oryx, go ahead and heal 60 HP.
That is my maximum HP, so appreciate it.
Yep, as the bandage kind of like sets in, you can already feel like the wounds like closing as whatever Umek soaked to that bandage is just seeping into your body, and already you can feel like movement returning to your arms and fingers. Any more damage, and most of the pain subsides. There's still like minor phantom pain as injuries healing this quickly come with that, but you're pretty much good. Mostly good.
That helped a lot. Thanks.
No problem.
Am I good to check out, or?
Indeed. Please contact me again if any pain returns.
Yeah, I will. Thanks.
And please contact me if any of these side effects appear. And out of his mouth just starts printing this paper list like a receipt as it just keeps going and going and going until it's about 5 feet long, and he like cuts it off, rolls it up and hands it to you.
Uh-huh.
Any quick glimpse over it. It's like that quick like sped up bit of any like medicine commercial you see on TV of also all these like horrible, deadly side effects that could occur from certain things.
Yeah. Alright, well. Guess I'll be off then.
Indeed. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks. And he...
Would you like a lollipop before you go?
I'm okay. Thanks.
Okay. Kind of looks a little sad when you turn it down.
Oh.
Okay. Sure. I'll take one.
Excellent. And he reaches into a bag and pulls out healing potion lollipop.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Goodbye.
He walks away.
You leave without any further incident or anyone trying to stop you.
Well, I guess when he walks outside, he just looks down at the lollipop and contemplates, and he will start walking home.
Consuming that lollipop gives you the effect of a regular healing potion.
Okay, gotcha.
But yeah. Anything anyone back at the penalty box is doing, as Oryx is leaving the guild hall, you all hear just a knock on the door, and those of you in the backyard, between dwells firing shots, you guys hear something being slowly carried / dragged up to the front door.
Anyone know what that is?
No.
Well, turn around on a heel and go check on it.
Dwell, you turn the corner around the house, and when I say crates, these are massive, like, I want to say, like, wooden crates filled with beholder hose. There's about, I'm going to say, 20 boxes of beholder hose per crate.
Well, whistles in, like, amazement at this.
As a poor store employee is carrying these on, like, and, you know, I'm just going to say, it's a magical, arcane-powered forklift.
Yeah, alright.
You are dealing with a fantasy man who is forklift certified.
Mm-hmm. All right.
We got a delivery here for Sagoon. 10 crates of beholder hose.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's here. Should be here.
I just need someone to
Is that-
sign
is that
for
my
it. It's already
package?
paid for.
Yeah, this is all for you, apparently.
Ooh, yeah, it can. I don't know if he's gonna actually send it or not, since we didn't end on a good note. Do I have to sign for it?
Yeah, here you go. Hands you a document. Similar to the one you have, where basically once you sign it, it just magically erases, but marks that it's been received.
So, Zach,
Okay.
here's my question.
Sup?
If I were to go check in the fridge, do we have any milk?
Yes, you guys have milk.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Sagoon has learned from the recent, from the previous encounter with milk that he does not like milk, and therefore will not touch it. Unless one of you other schmucks drank the entire carton.
Well,
You gonna eat all these again?
no, they're for Oryx. I thought they might
Just
cheer him
for
up
Oryx?
a little. I mean, I guess everyone can have them, but I kind of got them with Oryx in mind.
Alright, I'll wait.
Oryx, as they're having this conversation, you turn the corner onto your street and you just see a very large tower of wooden crates in your front yard.
Hurry. Starts walking home.
You arrive, and you can see clearly on each of the large crates the Beholder O's logo.
What's all this?
Well, we're trying to
Oryx, you're
figure out.
back.
Yeah. Hi.
Oh, well, I noticed you've been kind of, down since your fight, and so I thought I could get you some beholderos to maybe help cheer you up. And I know it won't make everything better, but at least now you have some beholderos.
How many boxes is this?
10.
No. How many boxes of Beholder O's are there?
200.
I didn't count.
All right. Well, thank you, Sigun. That was very nice of you. I literally can't eat all of this though, so if it's okay with you, I would want to, share this supply with the rest of the group for like a year, however long this is gonna run us.
I mean, whatever you want, they're all yours.
Well, I appreciate the thought, Sigun. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Just want to help out a friend.
Yeah. Sorry that I've been a bit pissy today. Just there's a lot that's been going on, and I feel like I have to keep apologizing for it. So, yeah.
Oryx.
Yeah.
You're not being pissy. Look who you're talking to.
He says, gesturing between Dwell and himself.
He kind of like, he exhales like a bit and has like a small smile. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you guys aren't mad at me for it, I guess.
Why would I be mad at you for making a call you wanted to make?
I don't know if it's just that's been weighing on my mind, but I don't know. You guys were excited to see me get out there, and blowing it at the very end was not very fulfilling. And of course I had to then be all upset about that, and then everything else that's been going on recently, and shit's just piling up, I guess.
You call that blowing it?
Well.
What did you two say?
Well, I'm saying things never seem to go very well. I think he's trying to say something more profound.
You say you're blowing it?
I mean, I did. I threw some horrible punches there. I ran out of energy, and I should have done better.
I wouldn't say that's blowing it. I'd say you're learning, doing that. I am trying to do profound, trying to, I don't know, make you feel better about yourself. I don't know how to try.
You're
blow
fine.
It.
You're fine.
You didn't
Marl.
blow it. That's what I'm saying.
I appreciate it. And you're right. I don't think I blew it. I'm just being hard on myself. I guess got to keep my head in the game for hopefully next time if I get another opportunity like that. But yeah, just
I mean, you blew through those first 3 fights easy.
yeah. I mean, I don't want to, I don't want to sound like I'm not humble, but when you've been fighting for as long as I have, you know, I was at least expecting that I would get somewhat far. And just like all the way back then when I fought Kingston, when he asked us if anyone would challenge, and I did, I guess this was another way of trying to prove where I'm at. I just wanted to see where I square up in the world where people are doing the same exact thing that I'm doing. And I'm just not there yet. But that's alright.
You made it to the finals. I think that was pretty good.
Yeah. It is a good note to end on at the very least, so I'll know for next time that I have to at least get to the finals. And beyond that, I'm gonna win it.
You got a goal at least.
Yeah. I guess we should get these crates of beholderos inside, huh?
Where are we keeping them?
That is a great
You got a
question.
perfectly fine basement full of nothing.
We also have a very, very large space in the first floor, too, for
It's
stuff.
called a foyer.
Yeah.
I believe it's just called a floor.
As you guys are having this conversation, Zadriel just kind of opens the front door, looks at all of you. He just trots out, looks at the giant stack of beholderos, goes over to Sagoon, gives him a hug on the leg, walks over to you, Oryx, gives you like a reassuring pat with one of his paws on your foot, walks over to one of the crates, like just kind of like throws one open, grabs 2 boxes for himself, and waddles his way back inside.
My man.
You know, the way he tapped me, I couldn't tell if he was trying to say, I'm sorry, I'm happy for you, or I hope things get better. And I think he didn't know either.
Zadriel walks back into the living room with 2 boxes of beholderos, plops back onto the couch with you, just cracks open one and just starts munching on them.
Where'd you even get those?
He points outside the window that you can see out of, and you just see the Tower of Crates.
He slowly closes his book of Nature for Dummies. Starts walking to the front door. Just starts walking to the front door. Just sees the whole, like, all the creatures. Like, okay, how? Is my first question, and my second question is why.
How? With money, like most stores. Why? That's a better question. I knew Oryx liked these, but I don't know. Is this you know, like exorbitant amount of cereal to buy?
Yeah, next time that someone looks upset, maybe just like one of the thing that they like, you know, or 2.
A single box should last a good long while if you can actually ration it.
Give them like a hug, maybe before you go out and spend. How much did you spend on this? Aren't you in debt?
No, this is only like 60 gold. That's really not that much.
60 gold
60 gold?
on cereal. Oryx, the box you bought was like 1 silver.
Wow. Yeah. Sagoon, I think you're about done on gifting things for others for now. The sentiment is there and it is appreciated, but you in particular need to save your money.
Okay.
Let's just get these inside.
You guys, one by one, carry the crates inside. We move over quickly to Lorelei, who's just up in a tree, photosynthesizing.
Damn right.
At some point in time, the gunshots and the sound of hacking on scale stops.
And I can't see anybody outside, yes?
You just kind of like would peek out of the tree leaves and just see that Marl and Dwell have gone somewhere else.
I will rescind back into the tree leaves, and since no one's around, I will take my mask off for a little while. Let my face breathe.
Yep, let your face breathe. The wind on the cool. Double checking the month because I always forget what month it is or season. Oh wait, it's summer. You're blonde.
It's
The summer breeze
Yeah.
passes through. I can just use Lorelei as a season detector.
Yup.
The summer breeze passes by as the sun is starting to set. Very calm and serene moment.
Yeah, I think she twists the mask in her hands for a little while, just like admiring it. Now that it's not, directly on her face. And then after a bit, it starts to get a little uncomfortable, so she puts it back on. And I think she's like, you know what, sunset, and I've had enough, so she'll clamber down and go back inside.
You walk inside. There are 10 crates of Beholder O's just in the foyer.
Oh, wow. Are we having a party I didn't know about?
Help yourself to Beholder O's
Here,
whenever you
fantastic,
want.
Have them with some milk.
Why do we have so many?
I thought it was
decided to
a good
spend
deal.
We decided to spend 60 gold.
Not 600.
200
That's
each.
stupid.
Is 60 a lot?
It's a lot.
Yes.
It's so
One-
much.
One box
Especially
of
for
these.
cereal.
One box of this is like only a few silver.
Who would spend 60 gold on food? That's... wow. Who would do that?
I cast Fireball.
Yeah, you guys have amassed a large amount of cereal, and luckily, Beholder O's also can serve as rations. So,
Let's go, we're living off of Beholder Rose for the next couple of months.
Okay, we do 600 gold, or 600 silver pieces of gold. Each box is worth of silver. That's so many boxes. it's so much cereal.
I think I will take a box of Beholder Rose and just start eating them dry.
oh
I
yeah,
don't need them dry. They're better with. Ooh.
you look over on the
They're
couch.
just like granola.
You look over on the couch, and Zadriel's doing the same, and he's just got 2 boxes. He's making a mess because he doesn't have opposable thumbs, so he just
Yeah,
like
I'm gonna-
shovels into the box and just nom nom, and just makes.
Nope.
The couch he's sitting on is covered in Beholder O crumbs.
Oh, great. I'll just plop into the armchair next to him and just hang out with him and eat Beholder Rose.
Excellent.
I'm gonna go to my room for a little bit. If anyone needs me, just knock.
Okay.
If you need bold rolls, I suggest you just call.
Yeah, I can grab the Beholder Rose one. Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Now then, before we move to the next day, is there anything any of you would like to do?
So
Oryx is sleeping.
Yes,
can I do
again.
something cursed?
I
Has-
think you already have.
Oh
Have I been able to stop you before?
I'd like to take a bowl of Beholder Rose, go to the fireplace, take just some coal or charcoal or ashes, sprinkle it on top, and have some cereal before I go to bed.
Girl dinner.
Opener, indeed.
Ashes, milk, and beholder rose.
No,
part of
no
a-
milk.
No milk. Oh.
It's so
Hey.
dry. It's so unbelievably
Oh.
dry.
You-
Zach doesn't even have the words
I'm
to
just-
describe this.
It's like eating chalk. It's not. It's
Yummy.
Oh.
Sagoon, you have your meal, and it is a meal. That's not. There's nothing more I can say because it doesn't help you. It doesn't hurt you.
Give him negative inspiration. Do something.
I'm not doing that. Because technically speaking,
Anything.
for a pure fire genasi, in his case, that's not like something he can't eat.
I would just like to walk upstairs, eating my meal. Good night, y'all.
One of
Yeah,
these
or-
days.
Oryx is already clocked out because he thinks that he should just rest, I guess.
All right. Besides Sagoon's cursed cereal choices, anyone else got anything they want to do before bed?
Not currently think of.
Where's my buddy Socks Mingle? I haven't spoken to him in a hot minute.
Sox Mingle has currently found a high place on a shelf next to one of the lamps, and he's just currently sleeping on it.
That's so cute. I will not disturb him. I'll speak to him another day.
Indeed.
Oh, actually, if I can reach him, I might try to pick him up as carefully as possible.
How tall is Lorelei again?
5'6".
You can roll me dexterity, or no, sleight of hand. Sleight of hand.
Oh, this is not gonna go well.
An 18.
Oh, let's
You gotta
go.
like pull over one of the table chairs, get up on it, and slowly ease him away off the shelf. Get down, and you make your way back to the chair and start petting him.
Yeah. Actually, no. I'm gonna bring him up to my room. He's sleeping with me tonight.
Excellent.
Make him a little cozy little nest in the corner of my bed.
As you walk into your room, you can see that there's just a spider standing there, and it clearly was about to leave your room as well. And a good look at this spider shows that it's wearing armor and wielding a broken nail as a sword. Or not a broken nail, a full nail as a sword.
She looks down at the spider. She's like making profuse eye contact with the spider, and she kind of sighs, and she's like, "Look, I don't know if now is a good time. Okay."
If it is not a good time for her, it is opportune time for the vengeance.
No, I think it's a bad time for you guys.
No.
Okay, you know what? I want to go to bed, so just do what you gotta do.
Yes. My victory will be told for generations to come. And he
Maybe the
starts
next one?
skittering.
Oh,
He starts skittering towards Dwell's room.
I should start tallying how many of them die.
No.
Anyway, I'm gonna go sleep,
Okay.
curl up with Socks Mingle.
Alrighty. Anyone else? Got any fun plans?
Honk shoe.
Yeah, I already did my
I'm going
training,
to
so I
slaughter.
am monk shoeing as well.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I think it's sleepy time.
Dwell,
Yeah.
you open the door to your room. Please make me a dexterity saving throw.
Alright, where did I put Dex? Jesus Christ, Dwell. Oh, computer.
Contrary to popular belief page, I don't think you can move the dexterity stat anywhere.
I have
Actually,
moved the dexterity
I
stat,
don't.
Your
I
Honor,
don't think you did. I
and
don't think you did.
failed my check, most likely.
Dwell, you fail.
Yeah.
As
yeah, I did.
as soon as you open the door, swinging in like Spider-Man, a spider just comes swinging lands on your shoulder, takes the nail sword, and just starts poking you. You take 3 piercing damage.
Take 3 damage from a nail. God.
Deadly-ass
Yeah, that
spider.
is a.
You're vaccinated, right?
I hope. Hey, Zach, did my mom
Tetanus?
get my vaccines?
Lazuli is not an anti-vaxxer. Lazuli got you
Thank
vaccinated
God.
as a child.
Well needs her tetanus.
She is a woman of
That's
magic
like
and
well with
therefore
the
technically a
adult
woman of
vaccine.
science. So, yeah.
Okay.
You just, like, again, the spider's taking a regular-sized nail and just stabbing you with it over and over again.
Immediately, I don't even use my actual hand, mage hand, to like flick this thing off of me.
Go ahead and roll me Arcana. It's a quote-unquote hit.
Oh God, Arcana, you say? Arcana. Oh, Dwell, are you going to roll worse? No, you're not going to roll worse. Thank you, Dwell.
Oh no.
Okay, 20.
Oh.
You flick the spider off, and it lands on your bed. And it just kind of like, as you see this, and it like, as it like, the spider didn't appear to take damage from that, as it just slinks between the folds of your sheets and blankets, waiting for you.
I use mage hand to pull back the blankets and to try and find the spider to... Do I have a window in my room? Or no?
Let me pull you guys onto the map. You guys can like position yourselves in your bedroom. Nighttime.
Roll for initiative. Just roll.
Oh, that's an old moral token. Wow.
Yeah, it's been a while since you guys have been on the nighttime map, so... No. There's no windows on the second floor, except outside in the main area.
Then I would like to open my door and pull the spider, if I can find it.
Go
with
ahead and
mage
roll me
hand.
investigation.
Oh God. Investigation. Right, an 11.
Nope, you don't find it. And you've fallen for a ruse.
Oh.
Make me a dexterity saving throw.
Of course I did. Yippee! Thanks, Dwell. Oh God, computer, why are you eating shit? That's another... Guys, I'm gonna lose all my temporary hit points from this spider.
Relax, they
Oh
regenerate
God,
on
I've
the
rolled
long
this
rest.
twice.
But
But I got an 8.
Yes. It just, again, the spider swoops in, lands on your shoulder. The same shoulder just starts stabbing you again. You take 5 piercing damage.
5! Jeez. Why are you continuing to roll 20? Pardon while this thing decides to hate, I suppose.
The spider just continuously keeps going, stabbing away, doing its due diligence like a tiny, insignificant bug trying to kill a giant, which is what it is.
I would like to pick it up with Mage Hand by one of its legs.
Roll me Arcana.
Please dwell. My luck
Shouldn't have fucked with the spider,
is
Dwell.
fantastic when I roll.
Shouldn't have
I
fucked with
guess
the spider.
not, you know?
You take another 1 piercing damage as it dodges out of the way and
alright.
stabs you right in the shoulder blade. Granted, it's not
Well,
going
I would
deep.
like to kill it now.
You would like to kill it now. How are you doing that?
Yes. I would like to hopefully pull it off and squash it on the floor. With my mage hand and boot this time.
Roll me Arcana to try and squash it, to grab it with Mage Hand.
Mm-hmm.
This spider is trained for this, Dwell. Everyone you kill, they just grow smarter.
I'm sorry, I tried not to kill it.
No.
However...
No. 21. Yeah, you grab it. Go ahead and roll me an unarmed strike to squash it.
Okay, unarmed strike. Where did you go, unarmed strike?
Under attacks, it's naturally on your character sheet.
Yes. And I need to roll to hit? Yes,
Yes.
I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely I do. I don't know why I wouldn't. Does 14 beat the spider's armor class?
Yes, it does. As you stomp
Thank
on
God.
it, and the spider is dead. And in the shadow corner of your room, several sets of 8 eyes blink and slink into the shadows.
Why is something watching me? Why does...
They have learned from this experience. You've given them valuable intel on your fighting style.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Will uneasily fall asleep then, I guess.
And thus, the night passes without issue. All of you sleep relatively well. Ultimately speaking, if you have trouble going to sleep, that's up to you guys as players, but no nightmares or negative incidents happen during the evening. As the sun rises on a new dawn of a new day. So, I'm going to need a tally list on who is going to the Heroes Might Academy and who is staying home. Going down the list. Oryx, are you going?
No.
Dwell, are you going?
Probably not. This is like more hand-to-hand combat, I'm assuming, and so therefore not their thing.
Current moment, the Heroes Might Academy is general combat in any sense of the way. There are magic courses there, but obviously most people who want to learn magic go to the Mages Union. So, it's up to you.
Mm-hmm.
Lorelai.
I think Dwell's too much of an elitist.
You know what?
I'm going.
Alrighty.
On-site medic.
Lorelai is going. So, 2 stay, 1 go. Sagoon.
I will be going. I will teach these kids how to whack someone's face with a staff.
Alrighty. Ariax, are you going?
Yes, sir.
And finally, Marl.
Yep.
Alrighty. 4 going, 2 staying. We'll start with the group that is going. As you guys make your way towards the Heroes Might Academy, and it's a building right across the street from the Sleepy Soldiers Tavern, the place you all first stayed when arriving in this city. And you kind of like noticed it in passing before, but not until now that you guys have actually taken a solid look at it. As you let's switch up music here because not exactly a normal place. But yeah, so you guys make your way to this very large, lavish building, and you enter in, and you can see in the back area, like the back quote-unquote yard, those of you that were at the Churches of Estus yesterday could kind of see down the rise that there was a bunch of fenced-off areas for outdoor training, test dummies, target practice, etc. And behind the counter is a very tall, bald man with one of those long, curly mustaches. Think one of the strong men from the circuses a long time ago. However, he's wearing a 3-piece suit. Welcome to the Heroes Might Academy. How can I help you people today? Are you here to enlist?
Marl just holds up the adventurer request.
Yes, the request for substitutes. Indeed. Very happy to have you. Now then, you follow me? There is 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. Okay, very well. Plenty. Perfect. Now then. What are your specialties so I can provide you classes with your innate skills, with your combat experience as adventurers?
I do real heavy physical damage.
Understood. I will get you into the heavy weapons courses. Next.
Mike, I'm the assassin executioner of the group.
Interesting.
So a lot of stealth.
We'll put you in the scout
Ranged.
courses.
Sweet.
I'm like a combat medic.
Okay, we have a combat medic course. And you,
Oh.
scrawny man.
I am a seasoned warrior of many battles.
Roll me. Technically, you're not lying. Roll me persuasion.
He's gonna be the best teacher. Just watch. Just watch. He's gonna be the best.
I promise I'm rolling. It's just slow.
Yeah, I gotcha.
You all have been
19.
infected by me.
All right.
God.
My apologies. I understand looks can be deceiving. I shall try to better myself with this. And I shall place you in the warrior classes. Now then, if you all follow me, I will take you all to your individual areas. At the current moment, we'll be doing outside training today. Get the kids some fresh air. So, be prepared.
Don't.
So many persuasions.
Ah, man, Scone.
I'm sorry.
Don't mash.
No, I'm not. I literally clicked it once. I don't know what Beyond One is doing.
It did the
Sorry.
same thing to me earlier. That is what was going on
It's
with
not
mine.
stopping.
No, I just refreshed the page. Hopefully that'll stop it. But
You're
I
not.
genuinely only pressed once.
All right.
The computer's fighting back. It's tired.
Starting with Marl, you were taken to a large class of young adult to like late teens individuals. They're all currently wielding battle axes, great swords, mauls, warhammers, and they all apparently are training on what appear to be large stone like walls, breaking them down, and those of them are using bladed weapons. It's sort of what appears to be a constantly regenerating wooden dummy, and that is explained to you that unless you deal enough damage to it with one swing, it'll repair itself immediately. As for Aryx, there you were led to basically a small cornfield, or not a cornfield, a very large tall grass field where people are like practicing like sneaking up on each other. They've partnered up, and one group is working on like sneaking up on their partner, and the other one is looking to spot on the sneakers. As for Lorelei, you are brought into a combat medic arena. Essentially how it works is they are sent into a large area where essentially paint cannons are firing at the area. Their goal is to go in, collect the dummy without getting hit by the paint and without getting their patient hit by the paint, getting them to a safe area and providing the proper medical support. And each dummy that's out in the field has like a note stamped to it that says what injury they have, and it's their job to determine how to treat it.
Ooh, okay.
As for you, Sagoon, the warrior class is a bunch of just... You look at them, and they're all, like, the classic, like, shonen protagonists as they're all, like, sitting there, like, just, like, all looking around at each other as they're, like, just wielding a variety of, like... Some of them are dual-wielding, some of them are wielding, like, staves, others are just wielding weapons that don't normally like look like they could actually do anything, but they've got some super special ability to them. But yeah, we'll start with Marl. As Marl, you're approached and you're introduced as the sub for today, and they all kind of like they all respectfully see that you're wielding 3 weapons that each of them is trying to master individually, and they kind of like just get the vibe that you know what you're doing, so they'll listen to what you have to say or what lesson you have planned.
Alrighty. Alright. As you just heard, my name's Marl Anahi. I'm a tank for the Adventurers Guild. That means my specialty is taking damage and dealing damage. Each of you are here potentially to do very much the same. So that's what we're going to work on today. I want each of you to divide up into one of 3 groups, depending on what weapons you're using. You're using something that deals more slashing, cutting stuff like a sword or an axe, I want you over on the right. Anybody who is wielding a hammer or a maul or something that can smash things to pieces, head to the left. Anything better at thrusting or piercing, like usually a staff or a halberd, some lance, some form of, stabby, pokey thing, right down the center. For now, just start, once you get in your groups, start warming up, or you guys probably already warmed up, just go through some basic motions, basic movements, and I'll get with you guys once I can. I'll try to give focus to each of the 3 groups here. Alright?
They all do as they're told, and they start getting into groups and start warming up with each other.
He's going to start off by walking over to the center group with the lances and spears and stuff.
Okay. They all kind of turn to face you after they finish their warm-ups.
Alright. So, this is going to be the potentially easiest. More so because dealing a lot of damage with a weapon that is more thrusting, piercing, is very much so based on location. Sure, you can do a lot of power, you can, try to push through someone, but it's not going to make much of a difference if you don't know where you're hitting. He's going to... they've got those stone walls you said they were dealing...
Yeah.
They were the, smashing guys were. He's going to lead them over to one of them.
Now, who here thinks they can drive a weapon through this wall?
It's a pretty thick wall. I'm gonna say about maybe 2 meters in thickness, and they kind of just they all kind of look at their weapons, and they maybe 1 or 2 extremely cocky looking guys raises their hand, but no one really seriously thinks they could do that.
He's gonna point out to one of the people who raises their hand.
Come up and do it then.
This dude has a lance, and he's just kind of he's like, all right, fine, I can do it. He picks up his lance, walks over to the stone wall, takes a step back, winds back, and drives it forward. I'm gonna roll to hit this kid. The most comically timed nat 1 in history.
That is funny.
As his bravado is immediately shattered along with his training weapon, as the lance just starts bending in on itself as it makes contact with the wall, and he kind of stops once it's halfway just flattened, and he just kind of looks at it can I get another lance?
Marl is looking at him with the most deadpan, just really.
Totally could have done it if I, had a proper weapon. This is just a training one, so yeah.
You want a proper weapon?
Sure.
He pulls the harpoon off his back and holds it out.
Go for it.
Remind me of the strength requirement again. I'm pretty sure this student meets it, but you never know.
Where does it say? This harpoon was meant to... where does it say?
I could be forgetting. That's right. It's your anchor that has one.
Yeah. As well, you did update this since this is the Ocean Heart versus just the basic one. So I know there was a certain thing about throwing it was a thing, but
whatever.
It.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just say for the sake of brevity, he can. All right, and it's the harpoon is a +1 weapon.
+2.
+2. Okay. Boop. He rolled an 8, and just ding. Maybe goes half an inch in, making a little indent in the stone. but he wasn't wielding it right. His form was off. Clearly, he's never wielded a harpoon as a weapon before. He's just like, whatever, man. It's impossible. He kind of will hand it back to you.
Impossible. Marl will, with the harpoon in hand, rear back, aiming for like any cracks he sees on the wall or like just thinner, weaker points, and try to drive it through himself.
Go ahead and roll the hit, and it's going to be really funny if you miss.
It will very much be, yeah.
13. Luckily, it's a wall. Its AC is not as high as one would think. You drive the harpoon through, and obviously your harpoon's not 2 meters in length, but you get like pretty much most of the way through, and you just drive a giant hole through it, and everyone's just kind of looking like, ooh, ah. And the guy who's like failed twice, he's like, whatever.
As he wrests it from the wall again, he turns back to address his group.
The two main things to note about driving through an enemy or a target are form and, well, target. Who here saw what I hit?
Like maybe a quarter of them raised their hands.
He'll point to one of them.
You aimed for one of the cracks in the wall.
Yep. You go for the weak points. It's the same reason why people use bows and arrows against people wearing chainmail, where you aim towards the chinks between the armor. They'll have less resistance, better give, and you can do more damage. That's the main thing behind, well, a piercing weapon. I want each of you to start trying just what I did here. Striking through the wall, trying to get as deep as you can.
Okay. They all start lining up, taking turns, punching into the wall with their weapons. At the beginning, they're obviously having moderate success, nothing really groundbreaking immediately. You don't see anyone who's just start hammering, turning the wall into Swiss cheese yet, but some of them obviously have better form than others.
Yeah. He'll walk up to some of them he sees with the weaker form.
One of the main ways to be able to get the most power without hurting yourself is a good follow-through. Don't aim to embed it, aim to push through. As you shift your weight, shift it from the back foot to the front and twist at the waist, or maybe even the hips, depending on how heavy your strike is going to be.
Take your advice to heart, and they start performing better.
Mm-hmm. Once he sees that they, at least all of them have at least pierced, not so much, going deep in like he did, but, they're at least managing to get through the various weak points. He's going to nod to himself, tell them, just keep working this, keep working form, keep working, to where it just becomes second nature to aim for the weaker points, and he's going to move over to the people with the mauls and hammers.
Okay. They've already finished their warm-ups, and they're just kind of keeping things loose and limber as you approach.
Alright. What is the point of using a heavy blunt weapon like a maul, a hammer, a mace, some dude's chair?
To break bones! Some guy in the center of the crowd shouts.
And how are you gonna do that?
By hitting them really, really hard.
And what happens when they hit you back?
Then you hit them back.
The purpose of a crushing weapon, smashing, is, yes, to break things, but in doing so, disable. You smash through a shield, dent it, bend it in such a way, it's not going to be useful anymore. Same with armor. You break through a wall, they no longer have cover. You, as you say, break someone's bones. Make sure you're breaking something that will, stop them from hitting you back. Take out a leg so they can't come after you, who you're protecting. Their hand to be able to drop their weapon. If you want to really put them out of commission, go for the head, but I normally don't recommend that, as there is a much higher chance you can and will kill them. And no offense to you all, but you're a bit too young to be doing that quite yet.
They all kind of like nod their heads. Some of them just kind of like shrug it off.
Main deal, though, is in comparison to the guys over there trying to pierce through defenses, or the others doing their slashy cutty bits. This kind of stuff is very much dependent on strength and stance. One of you with a hammer, come up here.
A hammer dude approaches.
Hold your feet together. Just stand straight, ramrod straight, and try to swing just at all. At me, at one of them, through the air. Just swing your hammer with your feet together.
He takes a swing at you and immediately accidentally keeps going, but he can't stop the momentum. He spins and falls over.
Mm-hmm. Now get up and do the same with your feet at least shoulder width apart, maybe even further.
He does that, and he takes a swing at you. He has more success, and he almost hits you, but he kind of stops himself and pulls back before it collides with your shoulder.
Mm-hmm. Main deal with this is with your form, all of the energy is going straight through you into the weapon. If you're not stabilized, if you're not sturdy, you're not going to have any strength to hit, let alone break bones as you want to. So, what I'm going to ask you to do is find balance. Hold your weapon high above your head and just try to keep it as straight up and down as you can. That's how we're going to start.
Okay. They all take their positions, and they hold their arms above weapons above their head, and just all get in position and take that stance. And it quickly becomes a competition of who's going to let their weapon slip first.
I'm just gonna watch. I'm just gonna see who is able to hold it longest.
Okay. Takes some time, but one by one, the people kind of falter off, whether just from exhaustion, absent-mindedness. But there's about one guy who, he's holding a large hammer, and he's kept it above his head, and by the time everybody else is falling, he's standing there, and he's sitting there gritting his teeth, his arms are shaking, he's sweating, and he's just holding in position, but his hammer has not tilted side to side or anything. He's holding strong.
Marl's going to walk up near him and kind of whistle everybody's attention over.
What is he doing that the rest of you didn't?
They all kind of chatter amongst themselves, but to the naked eye, he's not doing anything special. It just looks like he's enduring longer than they did.
The main thing is form and conditioning. His own strength is what's helping him keep it up. But just the way he's standing, holding his arms out, just the right way, all of the energy, the weight coming down is being dispersed through his shoulders, to his lower back, to his knees into the ground. Strength is not just about arms. It's not about how much you can lift, how hard of a hit you can throw. The main thing you need to know is it's all about your entire body. following through with your entire body, using proper form to make sure when you're hitting with your legs, your waist, your arms, and your shoulders. That is what makes a heavy blow. I'm not going to have you guys start swinging now. I just put you through a bit of a ringer, but if you want to, there's some rocks over here, some walls. Start trying to take swings from your legs. And then take swings without moving your legs, without moving your torso. See the difference it can make.
Okay. They begin doing it. Some of them are obviously taking a break. Like the dude who was like shaking and lasted the longest, he like just like lowers his weapon, takes a few deep breaths, and just starts walking over to one of the unoccupied stone walls and just starts working.
Mm-hmm. Yep, now that he's got them doing their exercises, time for the axe guys and the great swords and all that such.
Yep, you walk over to them. They're ready for you.
All right. Who here knows about sheer strength and tensile strength?
None of them raised their hand.
All right. A better question. How would you cut a rope?
Some of them kind of like do like a swinging motion with their bladed weapon. Some of them do like a sawing motion with it.
Right. Now, would you cut the rope along its length or straight through it?
Along its length, yeah.
Now, why would you do that? What makes cutting it along its length easier than going straight through it?
Well, because some of them, you have more to cut. Or you have less to cut when you go just in one part of it. Instead of starting from the top and going to the bottom. I mean, at one point in time, one way you got to cut through like 50 feet. The other way you just got to cut through like maybe like 2 inches.
I've just confused myself with my own terminology. The like along its length is the 50. Yes, that's
I got that mixed up.
Yeah, no, I was like taking a second, like, hold on.
Either way, they're doing the right answer where they're not cutting way 50
Yes.
feet. They're cutting through 2 inches. That's the answer they gave.
Yeah. Now, what if you expand that to, say, a plane of wood, trying to cut through a wall or a rock? It's the same length on either side, but why would one way be easier cutting than the other?
Well, it's just a matter of which side's got more durability to it, which side was meant to resist more damage, outside or inside.
You're getting close. The question is the sheer factor, tensile strength. Think of it like, I don't know if any of you have to shave, but think of it like that. When you go to cut hair, you don't cut it, you don't cut it along against the grain, or maybe this doesn't work as well because I haven't had a haircut in a long time. When you are okay, maybe my terminology needs some work. If you cut a piece of wood, it's easier to cut through with the grain up and down rather than cutting against it. Might not make the cleanest cut, but it's easier. Does that make sense? I feel like I've just said a lot of words here.
Most of them nod their heads.
Well, people have that same thing. Armors, monsters, you go out and you fight a corruptor, it's going to be easier to cut along certain parts of them than versus others. It's the same way. You try to cut through a muscle, muscles are all just strands. They're the same thing. They're just a bunch of coiled up little lengths or whatever, and it'll be easier to cut against that, cut through it, rather than having to drag along an entire bicep or, and that's not just for people. You go hunt an animal, you strike a deer, or I don't know, a cow or something. I'm a fisher, I don't hunt.
Fair enough.
Point is, what I want you guys to do with those regenerating dummies there, find the location, the direction, whatever have you. Find the part on it that's easiest to cut through.
They all make their way over, and they just kind of they combine, start to take turns figuring out where it's supposed to go. Like, no, cut through the arms. Oh no, just go straight through them. Aim for the neck. Take his legs out. So yeah.
And now that you can see what I'm struggling to say, there's going to be locations that are easier to hit, easier to cut through, but also some of those areas that are harder to cut will be easier to cut from certain directions. None of you went for the chest or through the torso. But if you go more horizontally aligned between the ribs, it's going to be much easier to cut through than, say, going down from the shoulder down.
Some of them try it, and since the dummies are designed to mimic like humanoid form a bit more than most, they start to see some success.
That's the main crux that you're going to want to think about when hitting. What's going to be the easiest way to cut? Usually, it's going to be along that tensile strength. That's the other part that I said earlier. Now, we've now focused on sheer direction. It's easier to cut against something. Now we're going to talk about why, the tensile strength. Going back to that rope we talked about earlier, is it easier to cut through a rope that's laying on the floor or one that's held between two things?
They all kind of shrug. Rope's a rope.
Yeah, let's do this practically. Now that we can do this, and he'll go, I don't know, find a length of rope.
Not hard.
All right, one of you with the sword, cut this, and he just throws the rope loosely at the guy with the sword.
Oh, that's 18 to hit. So he cuts it, and like when his blade, which is sharpened very well, passes through it, it does cut it though. It doesn't do it. There's still a little bit left that's kind of like hanging on by a few threads.
Mm-hmm. Now, Morrow goes, pulls the excess off, and then just holds it stretched out between his hands. Cut it now.
He hits again, and he chops it clean in half.
You were able to go clean through this one, but when I just threw it at you, you didn't go all the way through. Why is that?
Because it wasn't like flowing around in the wind and I could aim better?
That's called, well, yes. But the main reason is because tensile strength. As I'm stretching this rope apart, all of that energy is being driven along the length, and it wants to be pulled apart. It already wants to snap. But because the thing is an object, it's not going to just pull apart. But it wants to. So just coming straight through, even the smallest nick on this, even breaking up that object just slightly, will allow it to come apart much easier than if it was just blowing in the wind, as you said. That's the other part you need to think about. Is it going to be easier to attack something and cut through it if it's loose, if it's blowing in the wind? You're not going to be able to, slice through a banner flying in the wind. But if you are to, grab it, stop it flapping around, it's much easier. These are the things you need to keep in mind when cutting, when attacking something.
Huh.
what direction you're coming at from, and if there's any tension under it. Those two things are going to make it a lot easier to cut.
They all get it. Is that it for the slashing group?
I'd say for the slashing group, and he's just gonna kind of, now that they all have their little activities they're doing, he's gonna just make rounds again, make sure everybody's doing whatever helps some people. But yeah, that's all I got.
All right, Ariax, moving on to you. The stealth group kind of looks over at you as you approach. You're introduced, and they are now under your care.
I do apologize. Like, I just got back because I was doing something. It's me, right?
Yeah, it's you. It's you.
Okay, I didn't want to intrude. It was someone else. Yeah, I think you'll get because I got to see them like what they were doing in a little bit at a distance, right?
Yeah, they were just like stalking through a covered area and practicing both making sure they can't get snuck up on and sneaking up on somebody who's actively looking for them.
Okay. Yeah, so Eric, Silver Desire, part of Team Overtime with Adventures Guild. I'm gonna be your teacher, I guess, for today, so, kind of might as well just ask what exactly your teacher's been teaching you. It looks like I got to see a little bit of, spotter, seeker, and all that, so.
We're supposed to be trying to gather some information or collect artifacts for the scout trainers. So, with the scout group. So our job is every one of the people who's actively looking has like a flag attached to their belt, and the sneaking group is supposed to grab the flag without the person noticing and bring it back to a certain location, as if it were intel or something that we need to steal from an enemy.
Interesting. Reminds me of the old days of hunting. Well, that's a good little thing to do, I guess. Gets you used to traversing the terrain, if you will, and try and get what you need and get out as quick as you can, since it's your guys' job and all the scouts. So, have they been teaching you like life lessons in case you've been stuck out there, or if you get lost potentially, you have to try to find your way back through tracks or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, we got basic survival training, but normally getting lost is not something we're supposed to do.
It's very true, but it's a unfortunate reality for some people. Sometimes too focused on a goal, end up getting lost. Well, let's see. What can we do? How about this? Since you guys are trying to find things, so has it just been, finding a certain item and getting out? Or have they also taught you about, actually, getting the lay of the land and getting back intel about a certain base or headquarters, stuff like that?
Mostly it's just been getting something and moving. We haven't really gotten to survey yet.
Not yet? Well, there's only one thing I can really think of. Just to see where you guys are at, we can do it one or two ways. One, I can hide, and everyone here can try to find me. Or two, all of you hide, and I find you.
One of them raises his hand. He's like, aren't you the guy that won the hide-and-seek competition at the festival?
Mischievous smile. Who knows?
Roll me deception.
Gives him a wink.
Roll me deception at disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm not even trying at this point. Oh, that too.
Take a D2 of inspiration, but alright. They're all like, this jackass thinks he's better than us. Go ahead and hide. We can find you. What's the limitations?
You know what? How about we make it interesting, eh?
Okay.
See, back before I was an adventurer, I was a hunter. And well, being a scout is probably, in my mind, I think everyone can agree here, is one of the most dangerous jobs you can have here, right? So instead of exactly hide and seek, how about it's you guys hunting a person, or hunting or finding someone, priority target.
They all kind of like, they all nod their heads. They're ready for this.
He checks on his body. He's like, He gets like, what do I have in my inventory that I could use? I just thought about it too. I'm totally Kakashiing this. I'm doing the fucking bell thing on the belt.
You know what?
Like,
as soon as I like started rambling, I'm like, oh fuck, he's gonna Kakashi these assholes.
Yeah. So. Yeah, you know what? He's gonna point to his old hand sight that he doesn't use anymore. Your guys' goal is to get your hands on this on my belt, right? Now here's the thing. Since how many people are in this class?
About 18.
Here's the thing, though. We'll do it like this. Since I'm hiding and all, if I'm able to sneak up on you guys without you knowing and put you in a very precarious situation, you guys are out. But if you're able to find me, then, you know, try your best to get the thing off my belt. How's that sound?
Not realizing the implications of what you just said and their pride on the line, they agree to your situation.
Fantastic. Now, we are going to need a referee. Zadriel?
Zadriel hops to it, and he's like, he nods his head, and he just glares daggers at all your students.
This is Adriel. He will be the referee. So if you are out, he will, let you know you're out.
He like bares his fangs at all of them.
Play nice.
He just like nods his head slowly and just chews on a piece of jerky.
If you feed him jerky, he will not help you. He will not shoot. He has priorities. All right. Everyone ready?
They all nod their heads.
All right. Everyone close their eyes and no peeking.
They close their eyes.
Cast pass without trace.
You dick. All right, Batman, bring it on.
And then hide. And I'm gonna hide.
Roll me stealth and add +10 to it.
I need it. 24.
24. Okay. Alrighty. How are you hiding?
I think. Because we're like in an isolated area, right?
Yeah, like a
So
grass
there's
field and a tall grass field.
Oh, am I gonna just fucking sleuth it in the grass? Like a snake in the little grass I am? Yeah,
I guess.
yeah, I'm gonna do that. And put the hood on my cloak so it just all dark, just fucking dark priest robes, basically.
Alright. They're all, I'm gonna have them make, we'll say, 3 group perception checks. Alright, boom. First one. Okay, that's 15. Just 19, I mean. 18. Come on, guys. And a 4. Okay. They're searching around for ya. None of them see you.
Oh, I'm gonna be a dick. I'm gonna be such a dick. Because I'm imagining they're just going all by me and stuff.
Yeah, they're all spreading out in like big groups and like a big like net formation as they look around. They're searching the grass field. One of them like steps over you as they keeps moving.
I'm gonna start. If I crawl, would I have to make another stealth check by chance?
Yes.
I passed without trace on. I could definitely do it. I'm gonna start crawling, and as I'm crawling, I'm gonna touch the ground on a spot, and I'm gonna cast snare. And I'll show you what that does.
Please do, because I don't think anyone has ever casted this spell, in a campaign I've played in or DM'd for. You could use a rope to create a circle of 5 over here. You Finish casting. You're Kakashiing these assholes. Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So another stealth check, I believe.
Yes, please run me
since I'm
stealth.
moving around. Ugh, 32. Jesus Christ.
32.
Yep.
Damn. None of them are seeing you. None of them can roll that high.
I know.
Let me just check for that 20.
Yeah, and that 20 could find me. So there's still a chance.
None of them see you.
And I'm gonna wait until that snare goes off.
The
Just
snare
if people
goes
still don't
off maybe 5 minutes later, and all of a sudden one of them is just like upside down, hanging, floating in space, like ah!
I'm hoping it's drawing a crowd.
Oh, it does. They're all like, he's over there! Jump him! And they all like start rushing around, looking in the area.
And the one that's straggling, I'm just gonna fucking pounce on. Just
Like straggling like behind the group, or straggling like hanging in the air?
straggling behind the group, like literally like from like a fucking from the grass, grabbing them back into the grass. Like fucking just.
Oh, you're gonna traumatize these people. All right, go ahead and roll the hit.
It would. Yeah, I would be doing my chain. Yeah. So I think I would. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So fucking.
Just roll with your
I think it's
dagger,
just-
and we're just not gonna
Yeah, I
have
was about
like
to
it
say.
doesn't cause
Yeah.
pain.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
15. Yeah, he's not wearing good enough armor to stop that. You just immediately grab him and pull him out. He's like, "Hey, wait a minute, guys!" And you just
Cover mouth, and
Yep.
then not dagger on the throat, but just like the chain, like on his neck, not super tight, but like just in his ear. You're out.
Zadriel just kind of like poofs into existence and baps him on the head with a paw, and the guy's like, "Fucking damn it!"
Hey, good try though. Looking, you're the one that stepped over me, buddy. Pats him on the back.
Damn it! At this point in time, they've managed to get the man out of the trap.
And Ariak's just gonna wait till they realize someone's missing.
Oh, they notice pretty much me. Hey, where's Ron? Oh shit, we lost one.
Just kind of sly little smile, be like, "Let's see how they work it out." And then just, are there like trees around?
No, it's an open field.
Open field. No, this can still work. He'll wait until another one, like when they start dispersing again, and then one of the moments he's gonna use his chain to like snag one of their feet and then pull him prone, like pull him towards them.
Unfortunately, you don't get to cover this one's mouth, and he just starts screaming as he's dragged to the dirt, and they're all like, "Oh God, go after him!" And they all start
as
running
soon-
towards the man who's being dragged away.
And then, literally just, how else can I scar these people?
You're supposed to be teaching them, not traumatizing them.
I know, but it's just, I just can't help it.
What are they learning from this other than getting their ass kicked?
I think as soon as he drags the kid through, releases him from the chain, and then kind of darts back around them. And then
Do you get that kid out, or do you just leave him?
I'll leave him, but I'll grab someone else from the back. I'm basically like tug of warring them, like going back and forth, and just subtracting one every time.
Go ahead and roll me
When I
4 more
can.
stealth checks as you continue your escapades and just traumatizing these poor people.
I'll be 31.
31, 36, 39. That's almost a 40. That is
I think that is
almost
40.
a 40.
Oh yeah, it's 39. You're right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
29. Yeah, it's over for them. As one by one, they all get knocked out until there's just one dude left who's sitting in the center of the field. He's just looking around in all directions, waiting.
Just slowly walk behind him, and very just gently, just hand on the shoulder. It's okay, buddy.
He
You're
just
out.
screams and he just falls over.
Yeah. So you guys ready for the lesson of how I was able to do that to you guys?
They all nod their heads.
All right. I'm just going to ask a simple question. When you guys went to where I was, did you see anything off?
Some of the grass was disturbed, but then you were just not there.
Think more. When you're tracking somebody, what are you mainly looking for?
Tracks. Any form of, like, path left behind.
Did you guys find that?
No, not really.
How? Did any of you think of how that was possible?
I don't know. Maybe you just, I don't know. You're cool like that. I don't know.
It kind of goes in the terrain of watch. He'll cast Pass Without Trace on him again. Now look at my footsteps, and he'll start walking.
What the fuck?
A lot of the, for scouts, you guys are going to the unknown, right? So you guys have to go think about any possibilities that there are. And do your best to play off of it. Now, when I was grabbing you one by one, how was I able to do that?
Because we were separated so much.
And what happened when one, let's say, points at the kid that got caught in the snare? What happened when he got caught up?
We all ran over to try and help him.
And then what happened when that happened?
Another
Looks like
guy
the first guy got got.
Another guy got grabbed.
You guys lost your focus very easily. Now, it's not to be faulted, You guys are, still learning everything, but even with hunters, you guys do have to keep a cool head. So if you see a guy get sprung up, and everyone comes to go, try to help him, where's your guys' focus on?
Should have been looking out for where you're gonna pop up next.
Again, your guys' job is going to be one of the most dangerous ones because you guys are going to the unknown. And depending on what the mission is, you're going to come across people that aren't exactly going to let you do what you guys want, and you're going to fight back.
They all kind of like nod their heads, understanding.
And I do apologize about the fear tactic, but it is one of the few things you guys may face out there, unfortunately. And also, through scouting, you guys might even run into wild beasts out there. Predators, prey alike. And also, unfortunately, corruptors too. So, always being aware of the potential dangers is a good thing to have in the tool belt.
They all nod.
Anyone notice anything else that I did that was kind of peculiar or odd?
You set traps.
Which is, how did you step in the trap?
We didn't notice it was there. We weren't looking for the trap, we were looking for you.
Being too focused on a goal can be very dangerous. It also is, the lack of caution. You guys should be one of the most cautious people out there. You have to be. In order to come back alive, you have to be cautious and aware of your surroundings. And I mean everything in your surroundings. If you stay focused too much on one goal, you can easily get sidetracked. And you saw exactly what would happen, because each one that's out, it's a kill. Right?
They nod.
Now, let's do it like this. With my tactics, were you guys able to kind of, how do I say, would you guys like to know where I was hiding, first of all?
Again, they all nod their heads.
He goes to where he's hiding in the middle of the field. I was right here. Now, I think all you can agree, looks around, there's nowhere to fucking hide. Really. Except for the grass, right? What would have made it easier to even find me in the first place?
Cutting the grass.
Looks at everyone. And none of you thought of that.
I mean, we were told not to cut the grass because that would also draw attention to us.
Good point. But for this thing, you guys were kind of the seekers. Right? And I didn't exactly tell you I was going to use traps myself, did I?
Again, they're like all in agreement. They understand what they did wrong.
Now, fortunately, you know, this is a teaching thing, so it's honestly better that you guys make mistakes here than out there. Because out there, well, we all know the worst case scenario here is kind of why you guys were probably chosen for this job too, right?
Repeat the question.
Your
statement.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of forgot.
They were chosen for they chose to do this specific
Be
position.
scouts.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Don't swing around big weapons or do flashy magic attacks or heal people.
Yeah. But it's also the fact that for scouts, you guys are probably, don't want to toot your guys' own horn, you guys are probably the most skilled out of the jobs here, right? You gotta be able to hide, gotta be able to find things, gotta be able to investigate small details, survey maps, traverse landscapes, do a lot of things that aren't exactly, totally reliant on just your, physical strength and whatnot, right?
They're all like, oh, you're complimenting them. They're like, yeah, you're the most skilled.
Don't get in your heads, kids. I did just beat all your asses. Don't let it go to your head.
You're a pro. That's different. We're still in training.
I also, you know what? Let's see which one of you guys knows what this is. Oryx is going to start doing sign language and see if anyone acknowledges it and understands what he's doing.
Most of them nod their heads and understand, and most of these guys specifically, sign language was part of the thing because silent communication is important when scouting.
All right, good. You guys were taught that. That's a good thing. Communication is key. Now, were you guys really communicating out there when you're trying to find me?
Well, we didn't really have anything to communicate in that instance. Anytime something happened, it was out in the open, so everyone could see it.
Very true. That is very true. But I was able to move around because you guys were talking very out loud about where you guys were trying to look for, right? And based off of that, I was able to kind of go around everybody.
They acknowledge this and understand it. They process what you're saying and oh, okay.
Although I do know sign language, I can't exactly look, what you're doing from the back. So there's times and gaps where I didn't really know what was going on. But it would have helped you guys in making my job harder of, staying hidden and all that. Okay. Now, what else can we do? I guess, you know what? Yeah, since you guys are scouts, weapons probably should be a thing we should go over, right? Everyone has a preferred weapon, or are you guys all kind of uniform in your weapons?
It's mostly short swords, crossbows, daggers, light weapons that they can carry if, they need to start running or, attack people quickly.
Oh, did someone die? I think it was Jackson.
Jackson has left us.
Yep.
Jackson,
He'll,
no!
they'll kind of, touch their weapons, and he'll actually, kind of start... because fun fact, Oryx is proficient in all martial and simple weapons, and he'll go over quick run-throughs of their weapons, showing that like he knows how to operate them as well. All right. Have you guys been maintaining you guys' weapons and all that? How to
Yeah.
teach you that?
Yeah, we get detention if our weapons show any sign of disrepair.
That's good. Kind of gives a kid back his crossbow and another kid back his like short sword and everything like that. Now, do you guys see anything weird with my choice of weaponry?
I mean, you got a bow, a dagger, a chain. Oh, that was painful.
Yeah, the chain. That's kind of my forte, if you will. Pretty cool thing. He's gonna whip it out in the distance and let it go its full length of 60 feet, and then put it back to his hand.
That's like a not a common weapon that anyone can just have.
Yep. But in order for me to use this thing properly, I had to practice a lot with it, which is why, you know, proficiency in all weaponry and stuff like that is very important. And also obscure weaponry too, because you never know when you're out there, and worst case scenario, you guys' weapons break just by chance. Being able to use everything at your disposal is very important on surviving out there.
Okay. They like all kind of like look at their weapons, and some of them like kind of just like glance over them, trying to figure out what like they can do to better improve that aspect.
Now, you know, being master with your weapon, that's very good. So you guys have only been taught like to grab something and get out, right?
Well, that's what we're going over right now.
All right. So they haven't gone over of like, you know, the dirty business of taking down somebody.
Oh, that's
Right.
that's like towards the end of the units.
Okay. Would you guys like to know my input so you guys have an advantage for that point?
Some of them nod their heads, some of them are like, well, maybe.
Well, for all your guys' weaponry, your light weapons, what kind of like, how can you utilize them to their fullest potential?
Weak
You
points.
can be, you know, say your answers. No
think
one
from
judge.
afar. Sneak attacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so from what I'm looking at, you guys all have piercing weapons, yeah? Arrows.
Yeah, no one really has like
Swords.
slashing weapons or anything. It's all just piercing,
Yeah.
quick weapons to stab and run.
Yeah. So what's the advantage of these guys, of all these piercing weapons and stuff?
They're faster.
Mm-hmm. What about its actual, like, shape?
They're easy to hold on to.
They can hit gaps. Right?
Yeah.
So a guy in heavy armor, full, you know, decked out plate armor. Where do you aim for?
Places where armor has openings.
Such as?
The face, the joints.
Mm-hmm. So in order to like fully take advantage of it, you'd kind of have to understand how, you know, armor works, right? Know their strengths, know their weaknesses, know where to aim, where not to aim,
Yeah,
Right.
pretty much.
right?
Right.
So the placement of your attacks is one of the most important things in actual combat. Now, even the same thing with hunting. Take down whatever you're hunting fastest possible, right? Including scouts such as yourselves. If you need to take down someone, you need to put them down the most efficient way, right? Ambushes, sneak attacks, vitals, right?
Yeah, we get that.
All right. He'll just, you know, is there like a target?
There's a couple, yeah.
Get his longbow out. Now we all know, you know, bullseye and all that, but imagine when you guys are aiming, imagine them as vital points. So, what's a vital point?
Weak spot where people get hurt a lot when they get hit.
Just name one.
Head.
Any part. Shoots at the head of one of them.
Roll the hit.
It'll be his longbow.
Using your longbow.
19.
15. Rare occasion. Yep. You hit. Dead on.
Puts longbow away. Gets out his chain with the dagger on it. What's another vital point?
The kneecap.
Attack at the kneecap.
Roll to hit. 23. Yep, you hit the knee.
Pulls dagger off the target again. Another vital.
The chest. The heart.
Heart.
Roll to hit. Double 23 is alright, Vegas, man.
Yeah. Yep. Precision is very key, right? You have to know where they're at on the body, so knowing the anatomy is also important, right?
Yeah.
So, I think the main thing here is probably when they go about it, they're probably going to be going off of these basic concepts. Vitals, when to strike, how to ambush somebody, how to take them out of commission fast as you can. Might teach you about poisons, might not. Depends probably on the situation on hand. Such as my dagger is special because it does it by itself, but for you guys, you probably have to make your own potentially.
Okay. What else? Anything?
I guess surveying, I could help you guys with that. Help you guys with tracking and stuff. Help you fine tune it a bit to make it easier for you guys to pass your future tests, right?
Yeah. And you begin to help them with that. As we are going to move on to Lorelei.
Hi.
Hello, Lorelei. As you walk over, you see the people practicing CPR, chest compressions, breathing apparatuses, practicing various healing spells, using medical kits, bandages, preventing any more blood loss, and just making sure that individuals are out of line of fire and in safe locations. But they kind of like pause when you're walked over and introduced.
Hi everyone. My name's Lorelei Wildrose. I'm with the Adventurers Guild, and I'm gonna be your combat medic instructor for the day. I hope we can all get along.
You're nice enough to where there's like no issue at all. Like, oh, we have a nice teacher now. They seem to like be refreshed by you being actually like cordial with them.
That makes her pause a little bit, and then she's kind of like, do these guys not have a nice teacher? Anyway, and she kind of waves it off. She's like,
in my everyday day, I am the combat medic for my adventuring party, and my medic skills don't range from both physical and healing spells. Is there anybody here who only does the physical stuff and not healing spells, or is everybody privy to magic?
It's like half and half. Half do mostly magic and half do like physical stuff.
Okay, perfect. Let's see. So what have we gone over so far? I don't want to talk your ears off with stuff you've already learned.
Basic healing spells, how to keep our components for them organized, keeping equipment and places clean, even in messy environments like over there. He points to the field covered in paint and trenches in mud. Pretty much, we know the basics of it all. We understand how to like patch up almost every type of wound. Just working on practical stuff rather than theory.
That's good. That's good. The practical stuff is really important. You can only practice theory so much before you're going to be in it, and you're going to have to know what to do. Best thing is to keep a clear and level head. The minute that you start freaking out is the minute that you're a detriment to your team.
They nod their heads. They're listening.
Okay, let's see. So, as I understand it, you're all working on an exercise with getting injured out of the open field?
It's been a mix between healing people out there in the danger, but also keeping them safe, while some people also have been taken back to the safe zone.
Okay, that's good. That's good. We definitely need that. Lorelai clearly wasn't prepared to like properly teach, but she's like thinking on the fly. She's like, I do this regularly. I can teach them. Like, okay, well, why don't we? Okay, I have an idea. How about some of you are, have they gone over actual fighting when necessary in combat instead of just the medical stuff?
They all shake their heads. No, not really.
No, not at all.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what we'll. You know what? That's what we're working on. I want you to group off into pairs. You can pick. I'm not gonna force you with anybody. Just pick who you're comfortable with. If you're more of a melee fighter than a healing spell, try to group with somebody who works with healing spells. How about that?
Okay. They split off into even groups, partnering up between healing magic people and regular physical medical procedure people.
Okay, perfect. So what we're going to do is you're each going to pick one of you to be the protector, and the other person is going to be your medic for this exercise. So I'm going to have you each pair run onto the field. I'm going to put a couple of the injured dummies around. The person who's going to be the medic is going to have to accurately assess what injury the person has, how to treat it on site. You're not to move the dummy. And your protector is going to have to stop me from getting to your medic. However you see fit.
They all kind of look a little nervous at that, but they understand.
Yeah, so I will set up the first one. I'm gonna give them some, like, distance between me and the dummy.
Okay.
To start.
Alright, so how do you go about rushing them as they begin their procedure?
I give them about, like, a good 5 seconds or so. They're not ready for me to full-on bum rush them. And I'm a little too nice. I give them a good 5-second head start before then. I'll just come at them with the not pointy end of my spear, just the stick part.
Okay. The first group you go at to, one of them just kind of like these guys aren't like given actual like training weapons since they're mostly focused on healing, so they've got like the dummy weapons like the wooden swords and sticks and stuff, maybe a shield here and there. One of them, he's just kind of got a wooden sword. And as you come at him, he just starts flailing it around, like, just, like, crying a war cry as he's, like, swinging it around, trying to, like, hit you.
Okay, hold on. Here. Pause for a second. You can keep healing the dummy. Here. You're gonna want to hold it like this. And when someone's coming at you head on like that, raise it, parry. You're much easier off defending my weapon than trying to blindly hit me. See? It's a rhythm.
Taking in your knowledge, he no longer is looking like a panicked, like, moron swinging around a stick. He starts to, like, take his time and not just, like, start swinging to the wind.
Yeah, she kind of smiles.
She's like, there you go. See, you got it. Just breathe through it.
He nods and begins working.
I will just keep sparring with this kid, letting the other one, like, get the dummy healed up from whatever injury it has.
Yeah, eventually the person gets it healed up, and they are able to start working together to stop you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely back off after a minute, because they don't have any combat training at all, so I'm not trying to, like, go too intense on them, so I'll kind of back off, like, okay, great.
Yeah, what can you tell me about the injured dummy?
Where you're the better fighter in this case against somebody else.
Yeah, yeah, she has to, like, hold off.
Okay, so walk me through the injury that this person had and how you treated it.
Well, he was stabbed through the leg and bleeding out a bunch. He also had a broken arm. So I kind of, like, set the arm so it didn't cause any injuries, and I, like, started to work on stopping the bleeding and patching up the leg quickly.
Did you learn tourniquets?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And what is the most useful thing to tourniquet with should you have no bandages or fabric on you?
This is Zach not knowing the answer to this question, so they know.
That's okay.
God doesn't.
Oh, they know. Okay, fantastic. Belts.
Belts.
Fun fact.
Woo. So yeah, belts. We usually carry some on us.
Yeah, that's good in a pinch. Good to stop the bleeding, especially if they've been stabbed in a sensitive area like the leg. There's a lot of arteries in that area. Okay, perfect. You guys did great.
Yeah.
Now, the pair that I just fought, I want you guys to just pick up some of your dummy weapons and off in the corner just keep working on sparring with each other. Be gentle, though. I don't want to hear of any injuries. I may be a healer, but I'm not looking to use my magic today.
They nod their heads and they all go off and get to work.
Yeah, that's the idea. I'm gonna keep repeating the process with each of the pairs.
Some of them do better than others. Some of them clearly have basic understanding of combat. Some of them have no idea what the hell they're doing and just start panicking. One even one completely panics and just like runs away because they're
Oh.
But eventually you've gone through all the partners and some of them passed the little lesson. Some of them just weren't able to stop you from getting to the dummy.
Mm-hmm. I think you should definitely take some, everybody is as a group once it's all done. It's like,
you guys did great. This was your first time really working through combat stuff. And you guys did a great job. You were cool under pressure, and that's really what I wanted you to focus on.
The ones who didn't act cool under pressure kind of meekly nod their heads.
It's okay. If you want to know a secret, I was terrified when I first started going on missions.
Flashbacks to all the times Lorelai had to run in while Marl or somebody else was down. Fireballs exploding around her. It's like just a flashback sequence of explosions.
yup.
Venturing is a dangerous job, but you'll get the hang of it. Because you all have good hearts and you're already incredible with the medicine bit. And that'll take you a long way. Once you get more experience, it'll be easy peasy.
The compliments and kind words bring a tear to their eyes.
Fantastic.
Alright. Anything else you want to go over with them?
I think after that, it's just she'll start going over different wounds and wound treatments and such, and let them do their physical practice.
Okay.
And that's really it.
And then last, but certainly not least, Sagoon. They're all looking at you. One of these things is not like the other. How you going about this, buddy?
So I see you all want to learn the way of the warrior.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
You're good.
No, you're good.
Oh,
Jackson, you're fantastic. I love
no.
Sagoon.
They're kind of all looking at you, trying to get a vibe check on you. Okay, he's wearing a nice set of clothes, but he's got a raggedy. Are you wearing the scarecrow mask right now?
You know what? Why not? I will be wearing it.
Okay, he's dressed nicely, but he's wearing a patchwork mask and a straw hat. And I'm not seeing any weapon except the dragon stick on his back. What's this guy's deal? That's the look you're getting.
My name is Sagoon Gaok. I am the strongest warrior in all the land, even defeating the entire royal guard by myself.
Roll me deception. Oh, your Christmas, you're one of your better stats too. No.
It's okay. I rolled pretty poorly. If it goes through.
That's a nat 2, so take a D2 of inspiration. But they all kind of look at you, kind of narrow their eyes. They're not buying it. They see through your lies, Magic Man.
Do I know that they don't buy it?
The looks you're getting, yes.
Okay, crap. How big is the space we're in?
It's a pretty large space. It appears that they've been working on one-on-one duels, so that it's like a fenced-in ring, and everybody else just kind of sits outside of it while two people go in and just start battling it out.
That's all right. Are we outside or inside?
Outside.
Okay. I'm gonna point my staff straight up in the sky, and I'm gonna cast Fireball into the sky.
You cause an explosion in the air. They kind of all pause. You have their attention, but they're clearly still skeptical about you defeating the entire Royal Guard on your own.
Dang it.
Unfortunately, Fireball is not the end-all be-all in this world.
I know. I see some of you are skeptical, but the real secret to being a strong warrior is not relying on your smarts, or your strength, or your speed. The real strength of a warrior is exploits. And I'd like to load my staff with coins and fire magic missile. Are there like any like dummies, like training dummies around?
There's a couple training dummies.
Okay, I would like to try to make one, I don't know, explode. Not like explode, but just destroy it.
Obliterate one of the training dummies with magic missile, and normally magic missile's not that powerful of a spell. And thanks to the coin thing, thanks to pay to win, your magic missiles definitely have like an extra boost to them, and like you now have their attention with the whole exploits thing, and they're all like, "The hell? What do you mean by exploits? Like, explain."
You don't have to be good at anything. You just have to find something that works for you, and you have to just spam it. That is the path to success. I see you all have special weapons. I mean, just reach into your heart. Find the cheater in there and bring him out.
What are we supposed to do? Like, are we supposed to attack you? Or, like, what's going on here? Like, you're telling us, like, to cheat. Like, where's the honor in that?
Honor? Are you doing this for honor?
Some of them kind of nod their heads.
I didn't realize the warrior class would be so lame.
Some of them are a little offended by that. If you're tough, you clearly can beat all of us at the same time.
I mean, how many are there? And
20.
Okay. Are they all standing like in a circle?
They're all in a group near each other.
I mean,
half of them are within a fireball range.
Want to die to fireball? Do they want to die to fireball?
I mean, if you want to sucker punch them, go ahead.
No, I don't want to hurt them. You see what I did to that training dummy? Yeah, you see, I'm not very strong, but yet I still completely destroyed it. With the power of exploits, one day you too can maybe destroy a training dummy at your maximum power.
They kind of like look at each other, and one kid just like draws like a really weird red sword, swings, and the dummy explodes as well. Most of us can.
Good job.
Most of us can already do that.
Oh, okay. Then I see all of you have already mastered the way of the wise warrior.
I thought you said using your smarts wasn't like a thing that you needed to do.
That would be 300 gold now.
What? we already paid tuition here. You're just a substitute.
No, this is like a keynote speaker. I am being paid by the minute.
The minute. Roll me deception. If you extort these young, starry-eyed warriors, I'm gonna laugh.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Yeah, we would have been told if today's lecture cost money, dude.
Lorelai, Marl, Ariax, how much longer do we have to stay here?
They're nowhere near. They're all like doing their own things. But eventually,
Can I do this with the like the psychic voice that we have? Sorry.
oh yeah, you can. Everybody hear ring ring from Sagoon.
I'll pick up.
Well, Arl, are you guys picking up?
Sure.
I mean, Ariax and Marl.
Oh, Ariax and Marl.
I was about to say, am I here?
Joel can
bad.
pick up too, but she's not really
You have
there.
been summoned.
Ariax, are you picking up? Take that as a no.
Sorry, man. I was gone. I was doing something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's
Anyways, two of your friends pick up.
Hello, this is Lorelai.
What?
Can we swap groups? Mine's lame.
No, you don't know how to do combat medic training.
You cannot.
You don't know
lift
that.
Any of this.
I do know that.
I
work with
can
you.
apply a band-aid very well.
It's more than that.
You do not have enough strength in your arms to be able to even lift my harpoon, let alone a hammer.
Well, I wouldn't use your stuff. I would use
Class-
my like
This
half
entire
a pound
class.
dagger.
What class
This
are you
entire-
teaching?
Teaching the no good loser class. I'm saying this very loudly. I'm also like saying this not just in the psychic voice.
oh.
Oh my god!
They're kind of looking at you, and some of them are getting a little antsy. Some of them are like pulling out their weapons.
Wait, what class does that mean, Sagoon? You're just saying words.
You know what class it is.
No, I
A
don't.
spellcaster class?
No, I don't even think half these people are magic.
What? Why wouldn't they be? That's what you do.
I don't know. I don't know why they're here.
What did you
I
tell
don't-
them that you can do?
So Lorelai and Mara, you guys remember
Bullshit.
that Sagoon told the man when you guys came in that he was a warrior, and he
Oh my
straight up
God,
lied
Sagoon.
to the man.
Sagoon, on everything that is holy with the Wild Mother, did you tell them that you're a seasoned warrior and they put you with the warrior kids?
Yeah. Is there something wrong with that?
Sagoon, you're a mage!
Yeah. A mage could be a strong warrior.
No.
I'm not, but that doesn't mean I couldn't be.
It's a good one.
classification.
It's a good.
Yes.
I'll be
Marl.
right there. In like a minute or two.
Look, I would love to help. Oh my god, I gotta go. There's a kid that just popped an artery on a dummy on accident. Now there's fake blood spraying everywhere. Bye! And she hangs up.
I'll be right over. Stay there.
So eventually, some time passes. Sagoon, the skin of your teeth, like they were all about to jump you when Morrow comes in and saves the day, making sure that they all get on task. But eventually, the day comes to an end, saved by the bell, almost literally. As Marl, even when you're teaching them, they're all glaring daggers at Sagoon. They're like itching to use him as a training dummy. He's already dressed like a scarecrow.
Damn.
But eventually the students go home, and you guys are met with the guy. Well, seems you all did very well. And as promised, here is your payment. I look at your guild registry, and he said there was 7 members of your team.
Yes.
I would hate to be unfair, and this is honestly an item that we have. We don't have a surplus of them, but we have enough of them to allow it to be properly sent out. Here you go. And he hands you all these parchment scrolls with like purple wax stamped seals keeping them closed. These are scrolls of power. They're basically one-time use permanent boost that you can give yourselves. Usually it's recommended you only use 1 per person per like month, because an overload of energy can kind of cause turn into damage. So it's better that you all just take 1, each of your teammates use it, and if we ever need your help, we'll be sure to contact you again. Most of the students had good things to say about you all.
Please definitely let us know. Yeah, I know at least my group that was super fun.
But yeah,
I got the humble kids today. It was fun.
always a pleasure.
I terrified them.
I see.
I don't know what the. I'm sorry about
We
that.
literally
I
just
don't know.
played hide and seek, and involved me also being able to like pick them off one by one. So I kind of teach them their errors and their thinking, and they actually liked it.
Didn't you win the entire hide and seek thing that happened during the festival?
I actually kind of purposely told them I did, and they got offended and called me on it and said, "Nah, we'll do it." And yeah. So,
Okay, so you manipulated them. Good to know.
I'm so sorry. You may never want to call us. We may not be fit for teaching. You probably shouldn't
It is
call us
okay.
again.
Honestly, most of
You
you
don't have to
were
worry.
better teachers than some of the teachers we have permanently.
Oh.
At least nicer teachers.
You don't worry about me. I'm not coming back. Your students are unteachable. I'm sorry.
You know, not the first time I've heard that statement. Anyways, so
They were fine.
little meta speech about the Scrolls of Power. Basically, every one of you gets one, and they're all in D&D Beyond. Basically, they can give you one of 3 effects of your choice. So when you open the scroll, it'll automatically activate, and you can choose between one of these 3 boosts. 1, saving throw boost. You gain expertise in one saving throw you already have proficiency in. 2, health boost. Your HP increases by a number equal to a roll on your hit dice plus your constitution modifier. So it's basically like leveling up, but you don't actually level up. You just get a little permanent health boost. 3, craftsmanship knowledge. Gain proficiency in 2 types of tools you don't already have, or expertise in a tool you already have proficiency with. Once the chosen effect is applied, the scroll will disintegrate into ash.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yep.
Good lord.
And we each get one, like everybody?
Everybody gets one. So
Oh,
go ahead and
that's
you'll
awesome.
DM me which one you pick, and then I'll work to help edit your character sheets as such if you don't already do it yourself. That'll be towards the end of this session. But as this quest comes to a close, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. So we will be right back, and see you. And we're back. Gonna quickly switch with the music back away from this epic stuff because current moment, you guys have a little bit of downtime before the event. At this point in time, I ask that players prepare their fancy designs for their character, just so everybody's aware of how that goes, because the event is soon. Yeah, you guys have 3 days until the event, but we'll quickly go over, and I'm actually gonna, before we do that, at the moment, think about what you guys are gonna want to be doing, just either lounging around, training, or resting for the next 3 days. We're gonna go over to Oryx and Dwell, back at home. We'll start with Dwell. Dwell, what are you doing?
Bull wakes up, heads downstairs, makes a thing of beholder O's with milk. Probably sits for a good bit, reads the newspaper, if there's anything interesting, and then goes out to shoot some more.
I mean, small business in fucking Sappist Dynasty went out of business. It was like a donut shop or whatever. Nothing crazy.
R.I.P.
Nothing
from Nylilin. I will ask, is there anything about Nylilin?
There is. There have been the first two in history, 2 corruptor sightings. The first one was a single goblin corruptor traversing around the snowy terrain. The second was a large serpent corruptor that was just kind of like burrowing through the rocks. Both were dispatched by Nylilin Wyvern riders, and the problem was handled. However, this does set a precedent that, in normal circumstances, throughout the past 20 years, there have been 0 corruptor sightings in Nylilin. The reason assumed for that is because wyverns seem to have a particular distaste for them, and will actively go out hunting for corruptors and squash them before anything happens. And there have been no negative reports about wyvern populations decreasing, so either these 2 are just random chances, or the corruptor population in Nylilin is growing.
Well, I can guess what Lasley's doing there now.
Maybe.
Or I could assume. I don't know, but... Well, yeah. No. Dwell will mark that down in their notebook, and then go out to shoot.
Okay.
So, Oryx, whenever you wake up, you hear the nice pew-pew-pew of lasers from the backyard.
You don't hear until you walk out of your room. Like I stated before, the walls are pretty thick in the penalty box and enchanted with magic, so it's pretty muffled. So by the time like you wake up or whatever and step out of your room, that's when you start hearing it.
Gotcha. Was that you moving on to me, or?
Yes.
Okay. Well, sorry to burst the bubble, but I don't think I'm exactly walking out of my room, just for now, at the very least. He... I hate to say it, but I think he's kind of... He doesn't sulk often, but he's kind of just lying straight, like, up to the ceiling in bed, and, just going over a lot of stuff in his mind and trying to figure out what exactly the next steps could be in his journey after this failure on 2 accounts, the loss of the ring and the furtherment of most likely whatever it is that he has been inflicted with. So
the loss of the ring as in the ring, or you lost one of your rings?
No,
like...
the loss of, like, in the ring.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. You just kind of contemplate going over everything. You're lost in thought. You're in the house, so I can't really do anything with that. Okay.
You want me to go somewhere?
No, you're good, because I can't, like, interact with certain things at the moment, because you wouldn't be outside to see anything. It's not like I had anything planned, but the random encounter streets table does exist. So yeah. Nothing really exciting happens while your friends are all out substitute teaching. And so eventually, Dwell, you hear your friends returning, and Oryx, you can hear the door downstairs opening.
I will stay upstairs. Sorry.
Oh, good. Dwell, are you staying out back shooting?
Oh, probably for now, till people maybe trickle in or call them in.
Okay.
Something.
All right. So, the rest of you who've returned from your hard day's work, passing out the scrolls, either leaving one by Oryx's door or handing one to Dwell passively. Is there anything you guys would like to be doing?
Nah, I don't think I have anything in particular I want to do. You know what? No, I want to go take a shower because I did get fake blood all over me.
Excellent. Okay.
So I'll go do that. It's fake. It's fine.
Texture's not too great.
Probably not.
All right. So, you guys now have 3 days. I will let you all, I'll go down the list and let you all, I'll go in reverse order on the list and let you all decide what you guys are going to be doing over the next 3 days, whether it's training, relaxing, healing, contemplating your life. It's up to you. Either way, I'll be here to facilitate it. So, going from the top up of the Discord list, Marl, 3 days before the banquet. Anything in particular?
He will go to, in addition to doing his training with woodworker's tools, he's going to spend 1 day heading to a library, either, a guild hall library to go find Tanjos, or like, I don't know, somewhere in town to just brush up on Triton history.
Okay. Works for me. And okay. So 2 days of training and 1 day of research. Got it. Ariax, what are you doing?
I think Ariax is a simple man. He's just training nature.
3 days of nature training. Got it. Sagoon, how about you?
I'll probably just do 3 days of athletics training.
All right. Lorelai, how about you?
Yeah, sword training for me for the next 3 days.
Perfect. Dwell?
2 days of training with gun, 1 day of library for just books.
All right. And finally, last but not least, Oryx.
I think the first two out of the 3 days, I guess, will be acrobatics training, and then either the first or last day, doesn't really matter. I think that he has come to the conclusion that yes, there was interference, whatever, but he still got to a point where he probably would have lost regardless. So he wants to go to the guild and maybe just find someone to talk to about how to progress, not necessarily just get stronger, just like where should I go from here, because all he knows how to do is what he grew up doing. So he just wants to find someone more experienced than him.
second. And we're going to start with Marl, then go to Oryx, then Dwell, and then we'll do the rest of your training. And then we'll do like the specific events that the three of you are doing, and then we'll do everybody's training in like a line.
Alrighty.
So we'll start with Marl. Marl. At the current moment, there's not really a proper library in the city. There is one in the Adventurers Guild with Tanjos and a general library for like research and stuff. The only other library would be the Mages Union. Unfortunately, you don't have access to it, and it probably doesn't have what you need anyways. Same goes for Dwell. Dwell, as you like walk out the door, you realize, I can't use the Mages Union library anymore. That's like, I've been banned. It's a horrible realization for you. But we'll start with Marl. So Marl, you head over to the Adventurers Guild library. Do you speak with Tanjos first, or are you just going to start browsing in general?
I'll go up to him. I'll speak to Tanjos a little.
You slide through the maze of paper stacks and eventually find the Elephant Man hurriedly writing away at various research purposes. Oh, hello. Welcome back, Mr. Marl. How are you doing?
Been better, but I wanted to know if you had any idea, like if you've ever heard any stories about people from the stars offering boons. Any legends, any stuff like that beyond like maybe the idols?
People from the stars. Well, I can discredit one theory you have. The idols are not individuals from above or below. They were once more. The legend has it that they were once mortal like the rest of us, but they were paragons of the values they now represent today. Whether or not they truly ascended to something of a higher power, or their guidance simply just invokes through the rest of us, we do not know. But their guidance and their teachings have sprouted religions worshipping them, but not just them, but the words that they left us all and the values that they want everybody to live by. The ideal world, according to some religious historians, is where the society worships all idols all at once, as a perfectly balanced way of life. As for entities from the stars providing boons, that is interesting. There's not much known about the world or the space above our world, but it is it's been speculated that there are entities out there. Obviously, we're not alone in the universe. The other planes of existence exist, but it has been commonly stated that there are beings that aren't divine or demonic, but just powerful entities that exist out there. The best description of them, or at least a commonplace term for them, is called constellations. And, well, yes, there's the constellations of the various star formations that exist in our world. These constellations are entities, allegedly. Entities that can sponsor or bless individuals here on Avacia or other inhabited worlds. Providing a boon directly is not unheard of, but uncommon. Normally, the skill provided has to be nurtured or trained, and is akin to something that the constellation represents. There is tell of certain... There's more specific things about specific constellations that we have more knowledge on than others. There's a particularly violent one that exists that, I hope is just a legend and not a real thing, but that being said, that's the best I can provide you with that.
It's more than I had before. Thank you.
I don't suppose you're looking into these things for a reason, potentially. Are you trying to contract one?
No. Just trying to get an understanding of something I learned in Something I saw and learned in one of the dungeons we had been in.
Ah, I see. Well, if you continue pursuing this realm of research into constellations, I recommend you don't do too much digging into a constellation by the name of the Wandering Hunter. Nothing good comes from that one, I can assure you. And you don't not want to gather its attention if it does exist.
The Wandering Hunter.
Yes.
I'll keep that in mind.
Good. Now then, anything else I can help you with?
You got He kind of like looks around to the mess of Tanjos's workstation. You got any information about, history of Tritons and stuff? Clan lore?
Particularly, the most of the Triton histories have been lost due to the fall of Uragan. I do have some basic knowledge, however, your best bet is to go to more experts on the subject. However, from my understanding, there are various clans that have existed throughout the histories, dividing on cultures. There seems to be a very split divide somewhere in history, sort of like a road that splits off into two paths and then comes back together. It's, that's the best way I can describe it. Culture-wise, at least. I don't really have the details or the particulars on me at the moment. If I find something in my, organization system, I'll contact you.
Thanks. Just wanted to... I already know a lot about clan lore and such, I just wanted to brush up on it.
Understood.
Right.
Well, I'll be here if you need me.
Thank you for your time, Tanjos.
Indeed. You make your way out of the wall of papers. You get like one or two paper cuts. It's very annoying that he just like has this, but unfortunately, he does good work, whether or not he's an organized individual or not.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to the library, or are you satisfied?
I'll still go to the library.
All right. What are you searching for, generally, or anything specific?
General information about Tritons. Like I said, just refreshing the knowledge he would already have.
Okay.
And maybe some books about woodworking and that such. Now that he's working on the tools.
All right. Yeah. The basic understanding that you find about Tritons is actually pretty interesting because Triton history is the only evidence that there is something out beyond the storm. I say that because according to Triton history, they came from somewhere, a land far away before the storm took place. It surrounded and cut off Alphium from the rest of the world. How true that is, it is a legend according to these texts, and for them to have arrived for history that relates to something that happened thousands of years ago, it's gonna be a little spotty. But pretty much that's like the consensus you get from it, that according to alleged lore, Tritons came to Alphium and settled there in the seas, specifically in, if I pull up the map, it's active, right? 1 second, my mouse turned itself off. So if we go on to the Alphium map. So if you specifically look, most Tritons, at least according to that, existed in this section of the ocean, to the west of what was once Uragan, and some were between this opening that entered into this large bay area, as best I can describe it, They never really went too deep into there for some reason, but those are the two locations generally where trends were initially said to have settled.
All right.
And then they just spread from there all over the nation.
Alrighty.
Anything else you would like to research?
Woodworking. That's
Woodworking.
about it. Yeah.
Ah, my good friend, you do find a Woodworking for Dummies book.
Hell yeah.
So like Ariax with his Nature for Dummies, you will have advantage when rolling for your woodworking training.
Fair enough. Yeah.
All right. Is there anything else or training?
He'll, now that he's got all his books, now he's refreshed his knowledge. Yeah, it's just training.
Okay. Alrighty then. Next up, we move to Dwell. Dwell, are you gonna go to the guild library, or are you going to do something else?
Alright, Zach. You've given me the option. I think Dwell's dramatic enough to try and go to the Mages Union library first.
You know, there's a fine line between being dramatic and being foolish, but, you know, I'll let you use that line like a jump rope.
Hey, you know.
So.
I'm sorry. You made the mention. I might as well.
You walk up to the Mages Union. They don't really have guards posted at the door. And you remember how this works. There's a magical code that everybody knows that is just like connected to them in some way, connected to their ID card. And when you open the door, the spell scans you. If you're allowed in, the door will unlock. If you're not, the door will remain locked. You try the door handle, and it doesn't budge.
God damn it. This is a very sad time to not have Mask of Many Faces and try and impersonate my mom. However...
Oh yeah, because you totally have your mom's ID card.
Oh yeah. Come on. Of course I do. Alright. Guild librarian is.
Alright.
I tried. I was hopeful.
I believed in you. Sort of. Alrighty. So, you arrive at the guild library. It's shockingly more diverse than the Adventurers Guild library. I mean, to the Mages Union library. There is books about subjects other than, like, magical histories, spells, and texts. Stuff that, like, you'd think there'd be, like, research on general subjects at the Mages Union library. No. It's all magic, all history of famous mages, and their contributions to society. This is everything. It's diverse. It has not all of the books on the magical powers that you're used to, but it has a good chunk of them. It seems to be more of a jack of many trades type library rather than a specific one.
Alright. Okay. Books about gunmanship, books about water genasi. The funny one is fairy smut, and venom random of your choice.
I'm sorry, you don't get to gloss over that.
I'm gonna gloss over that.
No, you don't.
It'll come up later. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
No, you don't just get to say fairy smut and then just move on.
What the fuck?
I have plans.
I'm worried about
Don't
said
worry.
plans. However, you know what, my curiosity is piqued, so I'll let you search at least.
Give the woman her face mud book if she wants it.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Who knew? Joel is a pervert.
I was not expecting.
This is, you know what, we're learning things about people today that I never thought possible. Anyways, so you start working your way through the library. You find a Guns for Dummies books that you can check out, which, why a Guns for Dummies book exists, questionable, legally speaking. But you know what, you have it. In terms of water genasi, there's various things. There's history, culture, abilities, genealogy. There are some texts on, like, not like specifically water genasi hybrids, but genasi hybrids in general, as they are a very prevalent thing, technically. Rare, but normally when they do pop up, they're very prevalent. As for the fairy smut, I'm not going to go into detail. You find a book. A single book. Congratulations. As for the random thing, you find a book on how to make fucking pancakes. I don't know.
Yeah, alright. We'll take all of them and just head back to the penalty box.
Joy of joys.
I don't think I want to know what these plans are you have.
I don't either, but I can't stop it. I can, but I'm just too curious not to. Anyway. Now to Oryx. My good buddy.
Howdy.
You're looking around, just kind of sitting in the guild hall, asking people about stuff? Or, like, looking around for somebody who seems like they know what they're doing?
Yeah. 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 Pretty much.
Let's see here.
Like, I'm not looking for someone who's like, like I know, who's like in the same boat. I'm trying to find someone who's been around the block.
I know. I'm trying to see. Please roll me a D. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Score me a D12.
10.
Wow, you lucky bastard. Where was this luck when you were fighting? Anyways.
Fucking nowhere.
You're like kind of looking around. A lot of people, there seems to be a lot of rookies in today. It's the middle of the week, so they're just kind of like gathering quests so they can just run off and go like quest horror, trying to get more points from themselves. And there's a couple like in and out people who seem to be veterans, but none of them that seem to like really align with what you're looking for until a familiar face steps in as the Goliath man that was called to provide you assistance during the Norbury incident steps through the door. And he walks up to the bar, slumps down at one of the bar stools, and just orders a large pitcher of ale. And he just starts drinking it and going on. As this, I will resend the Hero Forge, is...
It's Chariok, right?
Chariok, yeah.
Chariok, sorry.
Oh, good. Make confusing names because it's fun. As this is image Chariok, the unstoppable force. Mouse will let me highlight his name so I can copy and paste. So I don't have to type that shit out. Boom. Guess I'll show him again to our lovely viewers. This is the man who just towers over everybody. He kind of seems a little uncomfortable in the small bar stool, but he's managing as he's taking his break drink.
This is gonna be the only chance that I get. And he's gonna walk over and before sitting down, he'll kind of like, clear his throat. Chariok, is it?
He kind of like tilts his head, and he kind of just like looks over at you, just still chugging from the pitcher before he sets it down, wipes his face. We've met before, right?
Yeah. It was in Norbury, right?
Yeah, Norbury.
Back in Norbury, the whole Mages Union debacle.
Right. He kind of like scratches his chin. What do you want?
If you're not busy, do you mind if I grab a seat?
too tired to stop you.
Look, at the moment, I'm not really here for anyone who's gonna give me some half-ass answers, and I'm not trying to say that out of disrespect, but I'm looking for some real advice. So, if you're not in it for that, then you don't need to worry about it. I'll just go.
He kind of looks at you. He kind of reaches to pick up his pitcher again, but you see Orion walk over. He kind of like grabs the lid of the pitcher, slams it down, and like you can see him like narrowing his eyes behind his sunglasses at Chariok. Like pulls the pitcher away. Chariok's just like, fine. Take a seat. I'll answer your questions.
He goes and sits down and just kind of like nods at Orion as just like a thanks, I guess.
Orion will kind of like nod his head. Like clearly something more is going on with Chariok that he's like being a dick about, and this might have been a problem before with him. So Orion's just trying to make sure that that Chariok does his due diligence as one of the guild's A ranks.
Got you. Okay, cool.
All right. What do you want?
I think that I'm in the same grouping as you in terms of the guild titles, I suppose.
Vindicated. Yes.
Yeah. So I figured you would probably be the best person to ask, and frankly, after seeing your display, you were definitely the person that I was looking for. So I don't know where to go from here in terms of my job and my duty as an adventurer at this guild. I just lost the tournament that was being held in the Coliseum, and I thought that I've known how to fight properly my entire life, but even if there was maybe a slight issue here and there during the fight, I still lost. So I've never really had any advice or guidance on how to further help everyone around me. So I don't know how to progress.
Oh, you're not the only one. It's the fate of all us martial fighters that we hit a wall at some point. Just we keep climbing mountain after mountain, only to see that there's always someone stronger than you. And then some schmuck who relies sheerly on luck gets way further. But I understand the frustration you're probably feeling. It's annoying and frustrating. What do you know?
Well, I thought I knew how to throw a left and right pretty good. I know how to avoid attacks. I know how to tank them if I need to. I've spent most of my life just surviving. And it wasn't until within the past few-ish years that I've decided to take that into not just a way of surviving, but a way of helping. This is gonna sound probably pretty, fantastical, I guess. Just a bit stupid, but I really want to be a hero. And I want to be a face that people look up to when they don't think that they have the strength to carry on. So, I just need to know how to further that goal and how I can make sure that when I'm fighting alongside my friends that I don't become a burden, nor do I wish to lose my life anytime soon.
Normally I'd call you stupid for wanting to be a hero. But that's our business here at the guild. So, you're thinking too small. For example, look at the big man himself, Goheen. Said to be the strongest warrior in all of Alpheum. Thing about him is he didn't stop at just surviving. He went above and beyond. He made his life into the fight, but also making sure that he never left anyone behind. I've watched that man countless times dive into the face of danger without a second thought, even though I know he must have been terrified. He didn't let that slow him down. He took every edge he could get. He didn't cast aside anyone who he cared about or anyone who was in his way. But he took every opportunity presented to him to get stronger, to improve himself. Whether he didn't like it or not, everything was an opportunity to grow for him. But he remained human through it all. The one thing he never cast off, the one shortcut he never took, was giving up his good heart and his humanity. That's a more profound and metaphorical way of saying it. But he sought to be the best, both physically and socially, so that almost the entire nation can hear his name, know he's on his way, and know everything's going to be okay.
How does he, and yourself for that matter, how do you not get afraid of something that you know is stronger than you?
Courage and bravery is not the absence of fear. It's standing strong in the face of it. When I'm fighting a strong opponent, when I'm giving it my all in a deadly battle, I accept that I'm afraid. Because fear knows that I want to live. It lets me understand that I want to keep living and moving forward to greater and greater heights.
Then how do you not turn away and want to live to fight for another day and another cause? What? I've been having issues trying to find that drive to just go into a situation where you know it's probably going to be dire, but you have to do what must be done for the sake of a mission, my allies, whatever it is. What makes you take the steps forward instead of taking the steps back?
It's like you said, your allies, the mission. Whatever you understand is at stake. When you get to A rank, almost every quest you do at this level has lives on the line. Innocent people. Not like you and me. You, me, and almost everyone in this guild knows how to fend for themselves. We know our limits, we know our strengths, we know how to fight. Some people don't. Some people live happy in that ignorance. It takes a certain kind of person to want to train martial arts or magic to the point of mastery. There's people out there who just want to be happy and are content with normal lives. It's our job to make sure that they can. Because if we take that step back, people will die. You have to live every day, every fight, like it's your last. Grit your teeth. Take that step forward. You can be afraid. You can be terrified. You can be pissing yourself for all I care. But you can never back away. Because that shows to your enemy, to the people behind you, that you're just like them, that you're afraid. And that's the opening they need. The reason why people look up to Goheen is because he doesn't take that step back. He never has. Why the four great heroes, why they stood against the Draco Lich and his armies alone, just the four of them, in that final battle. Everyone else was cowering, hiding behind walls, or just trying to survive, but those four, they stood tall in the face of fear. And they battled against impossible odds, because they understood that if they lost, no one else would be there after them. You can't live your life knowing that somebody stronger is going to fix the problems if you fail. You have to live and fight, thinking that you're the last line of defense, that there's no one else after you. That's why people are faithful with him, because he doesn't step back.
Can I be honest with you?
Prefer it when people are.
Being here, signing up for this, however many months ago now, this was never a part of what I wanted to do when I was younger. I wanted to be one of those civilians. I wanted to live that normal life. If I could just have food at my table, a family to laugh and love with, that was good enough. If anything, that was more than I could ever anticipate. But I made a promise that I would become strong. Not just for myself, but for other people. So, you're right. No matter how many times I look at danger in the face, the one thing that pushes me to not instantly run away is that promise. So, I think I get it. Thanks.
That's the emotional side of it. The drive that you want. You gotta have all the heart in the world and still be a weakling. I've seen plenty of people, smart, hopeful individuals, stupid ones, run into danger without a second thought getting themselves killed. Kind of looks.
So how?
He looks
Sorry,
at
go
you
ahead.
for a second. You kind of like, you see him like narrow his eyes at you. They didn't have potential. Let's see if you do. He kind of gets up and just like motions for you to follow him outside.
Okay. Sure. Gets up and follows him.
He like takes you around to the side of the building where like there's enough space around. He's just gonna hold up his fist.
What are you doing?
Hit it. Hit me.
All right. You asked. And he will drive a punch straight into his block.
As soon as your fist makes contact, there is this overwhelming sense of pressure that washes over you as your fists collide. And despite the, I'm assuming he's going all in. The Oryx is going all in with this, putting his full power into this strike.
He knows how strong this guy is, and he's not stupid. He figures he wants to test him. So yes, he does put like all of his weight behind this.
Okay. And he like as soon as your fists collide, this pressure begins as you look up, and there's just this wave of this invisible pressure washing over you, pushing you back as he just starts to take a step forward. 1, 2, 3. And despite the fact that you were throwing everything, putting all your strength into this punch, your feet are dragging in the dirt as he pushes you back towards, and quickly pull everybody back onto this particular map. Notice that the guild hall is up on a little cliff edge. He's pushing you towards it right now.
Oh Jesus!
What do you do?
Damn, he's just like, my fist is just still connected, and I'm just getting pushed. Is what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'm going to like pull back and do like a quick maneuver to like sidestep behind him and try and just deliver like a forced jab at like the lower part of his back to like knock him on his ass.
Go ahead and roll the hit.
Or on his face, for that matter.
25 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh. Okay.
20 damage. Respectable. Your fist slams into his side and you get a clean hit. And again, under normal circumstances, under everybody you fought before, including Murdoch, they felt your punches and they like kind of like recoiled from it. Chariok doesn't. He turns and faces you, and he is going to wind back his fist in like a low punch stance. And in an instant, faster than you've ever seen anybody move, including Bo, Ariax, the fastest people you know, wham, all of a sudden you blink and his fist is colliding like right at your like core, right below your rib cage, and just slamming, his knuckles digging into you. That is going to be a 28 to hit.
Yeah.
As you, sir, are sent flying into the air.
Jesus.
And like you just like the wind's knocked out of you, and you recover while you're still falling down. And you can see him standing there looking up at you. You're falling straight towards him. Gonna just let yourself hit the ground, or how's this gonna go?
No, You said, is he preparing another punch? Is that what you said?
He's standing there and his fist is clenched like he's just gonna start juggling you like in fighting games.
Oh God. All right. I am going while I'm falling. I'm gonna try and just use this momentum, I guess, to meet his his upwards punch with mine going downwards and trying to just like even out the blow and just try and like, I'm trying to counter him basically.
Please roll to hit.
Oy.
14. That's not gonna hit. As
yeah,
you swing downward trying to match, predict where he's going to punch, and instead of punching upwards, he sidesteps you, grabs your wrist, and just throws you.
Oh God.
Oryx, you just suffered a defeat. But when fighting Murdoch, you stood a chance. Again, you're fighting somebody who is, technically speaking, the strongest adventurer in your classification in the guild. And you just kind of hit the ground tumbling. Luckily speaking, it seems that his change in momentum for you prevented you from taking fall damage.
Nice.
But he's just kind of
Did he throw me up or forward?
He threw you to the side.
Okay.
You just tumble in the grass and you just bounce a little bit until you're just right on the edge. And
Yeah. As I grab myself to not fall off, I immediately just get back and put my arms up in a more defensive position just in case he's about to come in and clobber me.
He's just standing there and he with one finger beckons you forward.
All right. My turn. He advances quickly, and then he is going to throw out as many jabs in different directions at his sides, his chest, near his head, just trying to be as unpredictable as possible. Throwing a punch volley at him.
And
AKA, this is me using Moxie points, but blah blah blah, whatever.
Yep. He's gonna start using Moxie points too.
Oh, this fucker.
And he's just gonna start swinging, and your fists collide over and over again, like two individuals clashing with Gatling punches in anime. As, a commotion starts as the sound of your fists colliding against each other starts to, make some ruckus, and people are kind of looking at the guild window. And for every punch that you think you get through, two of his just collide with you over and over again. And despite the fact that to an outside amateur's perspective, you guys are equally clashing, and you are well aware that Chariok is overpowering you in this instance.
He is, as the volley is happening, he is going to try and adapt. He's gonna. How hard is he throwing his punches? Would you say? Is he throwing pretty heavily?
Yes, he's definitely using his larger size to lean into each attack.
I'm going to try and fake him out with one of my punches, where it's I'm going purposefully to meet one of his, but I want to stop midway and shuffle to the right for him to miss, and I'm hoping that he leans a bit too forward into it so that he's kind of off kilter, and then I want to try and give him an uppercut to his jaw.
Okay. Oryx, in this particular moment, as your little facade works, you take these punches over and over again. You just slide to the side just in time, in a position where he can't back out of the punch, and you have this clear shot at his jaw. What's going through your head?
That this guy is clearly stronger than I, and that in order to beat him, I need to land a shot at his most vital spot being his head, and I need to input every single ounce of my force into this if I want to, at bare minimum, give him a scratch to prove that I am, quote-unquote, worthy of having potential, as he so put it.
You are swinging upwards. Everything you've got the perfect shot, a clean hit. Flat. Every fight you've been in since you've joined this guild flashes through your mind. You're running with the bandits. Your battles against Toxon. Every corruptor you fought. That moment you literally jumped into the maw of a towering Titan corruptor and just lit the fire in its mouth. The moment you were fighting that weird son of a bitch shade ghost thing in the most recent dungeon, and he hits you with such a horrible buzzsaw attack. And through all those moments, you didn't give up. And then it just clashes down to your moment in Lowless, where you made the choice to sacrifice your intentions, your desires to hate corruptors, and in that moment you didn't give up your hate, but you gave up your inhibitions to take control of that situation, to take control of corruptors in order to stop whatever the Galleray was doing to your home. Was it uncomfortable? Yes. Was it terrifying? Yes, but you still did it. Sure, you weren't happy about it. It didn't fill you with a sense of pride or victory. But in the end, you did what you had to. You saved Lowless. Yes, you had help with your friends. Yes, you had support. But you still took it upon yourself to make that sacrifice. And in this moment of realization, in this instance of a catalyst event, your fist starts to spark with energy not coming from your rings, but from yourself, as you land a weapon aura infused punch straight to Charyak's jaw.
Oh shit.
And
That's right.
impact flies through him. And he actually, unlike your previous punches, reacts to it, and he stands up straight and stumbles back a little bit. And your fist is just smoking from the intense energy burst out. And you're in just this tunnel vision zone. And you're ready to keep going. And you see Charyak stumble back and hold his jaw, you did something. You rattled him a bit. He holds up his hand. Do you see it now? What it means to have potential?
Yeah. I get it. He's exhaling from the exhaustion.
Yep. Oryx, you've taken your first step into learning this new power. How will you use it? Will you define it, or will it define you? It's hard to say, but the future is what you make it, right? Congratulations. You have earned a spark of inspiration to start putting towards learning your first abilities in Weapon Aura.
Let's go!
And as we stand in this moment of awakening, that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Yeah.
Well, shit.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, Oryx.
Now then, I'll be doing the rolls for everybody who's doing skills. If they want to do it tonight, we'll do that. But for now, we are going to end the stream because we went a little past time, and I apologize for that. So, thank you all for sticking with us for over a year now, I believe. This is we're about to hit 2025. You'll see us again next year, on January 10th, hopefully. We hope you all have a happy holidays and a wonderful new year. And we'll see you all next time for your regularly scheduled program. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, suckers.
Christmas.